Hello everybody, welcome to Trial TV Live and our first broadcast for 2025. So just let me know if you can hear me. Seems like audio is okay on my end. How's audio over there? How's everybody doing? Happy New Year. This is our first broadcast for 2025 and this is brought to you by Joni, actually. Joni, you suggested this back in October 29th of last year. So I just want to give you a shout out for that. And so we are going to watch one more rewatch before the live trials kick in, which we're hoping Billy Wagner will start next week on the 6th. So if you're rewatching this at any point in time, this is January 2nd, 2025. And this is Todd Mullis, who was 42 at the time, and this happened in 2019. So he is charged with first-degree emming in connection with the November 10th, 2018 passing of his wife, Amy Lynn Mullis, and she was 39 at the time. And they owned a hog farm in Iowa. So the autopsy revealed that Amy passed due to multiple stab wounds to her back inflicted by a corn rake. So thus the name of the trial. I'll have to change that in the headline. I want to change that in the headline. I'll change that after I get started. So on the day of this happening, Todd claimed that the 13-year-old son Tristan discovered Amy impaled on the rake. So according to Mullis, Tristan removed the rake and they rushed Amy to the hospital where she was pronounced off. However, the officials determined her injuries were inconsistent with an accident fall onto the rake. So this is going to be interesting. No spoilers. Aaron and I did watch this when it happened, so I kind of remember it. I remember highlights and high level. But I'm really interested to rewatch it now with you guys and see how I feel about it. So no spoilers if you have watched it. No spoilers. And if you haven't watched it, settle in because I do remember it's a pretty good one. So let us get started. I believe we have closed captioning to start us off, which is cool. And let's get to it. I'm gonna pip squeegee myself down here. Little man in the corner. And move that over there. All right. So just for starters, this is, what is this judge's name? I'll have to find this judge's name. Sorry, guys. And the prosecutors and everything. I'll find that as we get going. All right. Let's get started on Day 1, here we go. Todd Mullis, Iowa versus Todd Mullis, corn rake murder.
Please be seated, everyone. Okay, would the state please read the charge in this matter?
Good morning. Good morning. In the Iowa District Court, in and for Delaware County, State of Iowa plaintiff versus Todd Michael Mullis. Number FECR 012941. Trial information. Comes now Delaware County Attorney John Bernard and Assistant Attorney General Denise A. Timmons as prosecuting attorneys, and in the name and by the authority of the state of Iowa, accuse Todd Mullis of murder first degree, committed as follows. Todd Mullis, on or about the 10th day of November 2018, in Delaware County, state of Iowa, did kill Amy Mullis in violation of Iowa Code Sections 707.1 and 707.2 1A. A true information, signed John Bernard, Delaware County Attorney, signed Denise A. Timmons, Assistant Attorney General. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Thank you.
Okay, and whenever the state is ready for opening statement, go right ahead.
and beautiful woman. She was 39 years old. She was a daughter, a sister, an aunt, a friend, and a mother to her 3 young children. She was at her home on November 10th, 2018, and went outside to help do some work on her farm. But little did she know, her death would come that morning. In Amy's last moments on this earth, she would feel the corn rake that she was stabbed with in her back. She would feel that rake pierce her body, would fill with blood and air. And she would take those last breaths while she lay on a floor in a shed on her farm. Amy had so much life left to live, but that life was viciously taken from her on November 10th, 2018, taken at the hands of this defendant. We would love for you to get to meet Amy, but you won't. Instead, you will share a courtroom with her killer. This brutal, senseless murder happened not far from here, in a town called Earlville. And to understand what happened, we have to go back to November 2018 and the time before that. Amy was not happy. She was having an affair, and she was planning on leaving the defendant. The defendant knew something was going on. Amy had previously had an affair, and they had reconciled. But in July 2018, the defendant knew she was having another affair. He confronted Amy, and she denied it, but that just wasn't good enough for him. There was still a lot of tension and distrust, and the defendant had to do something. Over time, this kept weighing on the defendant. He wasn't going to let Amy get away with cheating on him again, and more importantly, he wasn't going to let Amy take half of his farm. You see, the defendant grew up on a farm. His father's a farmer, his brothers are farmers. He became a farmer himself. Being a farmer means everything to him. He has put his life into that farm. The defendant had to find a way to keep his farm. He couldn't let Amy leave him and take his money or land or half of his farm. That morning, when Amy walked out of her house on November 10th, 2018, to do chores on the farm, we'll all know by the end of this trial, that walk that she had taken hundreds of times out of her front door to the hog barn would be her last and would lead to her death. What made this day different than any other day was the defendant and his cold and calculated plan. November 10th, 2018 was finally the day that Amy's husband of over 14 years was going to carry out his plan. A plan he carefully waited to carry out until he felt like he had the perfect opportunity. The defendant made sure the only people at his farm that day were him, his wife, and his kids, because he didn't want any other witnesses. He had gotten Amy outside to help do chores on the farm, and then he had to separate her so he could execute his plan. He sent Amy to a red shed to get something, and that's where he then attacked her and killed her. He used a corn rake because he tried to make it look like a farm accident. He was hoping that people would just feel sorry for him and not ask any questions. He then went back to the hog barn, distancing himself from the crime he just committed, acting like nothing happened. And what did he do then? He sent his 13-year-old son to go and find his mother, who he had just slaughtered. The defendant acted like he was upset. He had to. This was his big moment what he had been practicing and planning for months. He immediately started telling his story. He told 911 she fell on a corn rake. The defendant believed he thought of everything, but what he didn't count on was what happened next. Nobody believed his story. The doctors and law enforcement knew something just wasn't right. The doctors could tell that Amy was struck at least 2 times in the back with the corn rake. This was not an accident. It was a homicide. The defendant's plan wasn't so perfectly thought out. Now, you're going to hear a lot about Todd and Amy's relationship before this happened. And you're going to hear about how Amy was fearful of the defendant, how she told her friends and family members that she was planning on leaving him, but that she was afraid that if he found out she was having an affair, he would kill her. And she also told another friend that he would make her disappear. But wait, that's not all. Because what you're also going to hear is that the way that we know that the defendant planned this was after the police executed a search warrant on his house. They collected the defendant's iPad that is connected to his personal Gmail account. And they were able to see searches in the months before Amy's death. Proof that he was planning to kill Amy. Looking up things like how to kill unfaithful women. The evidence in this case is overwhelming. And the trail of evidence leads to only one place, to where Amy's murderer sits across this courtroom from you today. And make no mistake, the defendant earned this seat in this courtroom by what he did that day, November 10th, 2018. After you hear all the evidence in this case, the judge is going to instruct you on the law as it applies to the evidence. And then you will know that there is only one verdict. Only one verdict supported by both the law and the evidence, and only one just verdict, a verdict of guilty.
Okay, so we heard the state's opening arguments, or statements, I should say, and that was Denise Timmons, right? So she basically said, you're not going to have a chance to meet Amy, because we're going to share a courtroom with her killer. They lived in Earlville. This happened in November 2018. Amy was not happy, and she was having an affair and planning on leaving. She had had a previous affair, but they had reconciled. Todd, the defendant, confronted Amy, but she lied about it. State says this weighed on him, and he didn't want Amy to take half of his farm because his father was a farmer and his brother was a farmer. And that being a farmer meant everything to him. On the day in question, he sent Amy to a red shed to get something, and then he attacked and offed her with a corn rake. And he tried to make it look like a farm accident, and so people would feel sorry for him. Then he sent his 13-year-old to find his mother, and that 13-year-old son is Tristan. And then Todd acted like he was upset. He had told friends that he would make her disappear. And then the police collected an iPad and saw searches that proved his plan, how to off unfaithful women. All right, so that's the state's opening. Let's hear defense's opening. Let me get to defense. So the way this trial is going to go, it's going to be cut up. It's not just one long 5 hours. So there's going to be like these breaks and stuff. So just to prepare you guys, there's going to be these breaks. So we'll have time to talk in between. Okay, let me pull this up. So defense opening. Day 1, defense. Okay, let's get back into the courtroom. Let's send you back into the courtroom.
Please, the court. Counsel. Good morning, folks. I agree with some of what the state has just mentioned to you in opening. On November 10th, 2018, in Delaware County, Iowa, Amy Mullis was viciously and deliberately murdered. The issue, really not who did it, but whether Mr. Mullis did. The evidence is much along the lines of what you've just heard. On November 10th, on that Saturday morning, Todd and his son Tristan, who's 13 years old, went to another farm that they farm and manage, do some chores. There had been some chisel plowing, that's my term for it, had been done on that property the day before. It had gotten cold, the ground was too frozen, so that plan had to be abandoned. Todd and Tristan returned back to the home place where the two younger children and Amy were up and about. They had a small breakfast, and Todd and Tristan announced or stated that they were going to go out to the hog barns and get ready for a delivery of small pigs. The Mullises had these large hog confinement barns, and maybe I'll use the wrong terminology here, but these are giant barns, much like a football field. And they bring in small pigs when they're being weaned off the sow, and then they're raised to butcher things to be done in the barns. So their plan was to go out and start that process. A few days before, I believe on November 6th, you'll learn that Amy had had a medical procedure. She was having some bleeding problems, and the doctors had recommended that she have a minor surgery, which it was done. I believe that you will hear that the testimony was that she felt cooped up, had been in the house for several days, and wanted to join Todd and Tristan. It was her idea to go out and help work in the barns. And she did. And you'll hear that when they got out in the barn, each of them, Todd, Tristan, and Amy, set about to do different things. Todd was going to take these pipes, and I think you'll hear them referred to as nipple feeders. They're actually water pipes with small nipples on them, so that these small pigs used to nursing off their mother will now nurse water from these pipes once they've been put in these pens. Todd was doing that. Tristan was getting these heaters that had been stored in a storage area he would bring these to each of the pens and set them out ready to be installed. Amy was there was light fixtures above these pens in walkways, and they were, as you might imagine, with all these hogs, the manure and the smell, that there was lots of flies. Not in November, but there had been when there had been pigs in the barn, the large hogs. So Amy set about to clean those fixtures off, to take the fly feces off of the globes around those lights. And to do so, she couldn't just stand and reach up and do it. She would use a pail sometimes, or stand up on the fence partitions if there was a place to put her foot. And that's what they did. Each kind of doing their own thing, all within proximity to one another. At some point, Tristan noticed that Amy seemed to maybe lose her balance, comment upon her dizziness. And this is something that Todd had witnessed even before she had had the medical procedure on November 6th. His comment was, "Honey, take it easy. Why don't you go back in the house? Don't push yourself." She wanted to help. So she continued on, and there was again observation of her unsteadiness. So finally she agreed that she would stop what she was doing. Still wanting to help. Todd says, if you want to do something, there was a mother cat had a litter of kittens, and they were being kept in the shop, which was in between the hog barns, a little off to the, as you look towards the house, a little off to the right. Somehow the mother cat had gotten run over by a skid steer or pickup or tractor or something. So the kittens were abandoned, not abandoned, they were just there by themselves. And each time that they'd open the doors to get equipment in and out, there was a fear that they were going to run over some kittens, upset the smaller kids. So Todd says, there's a pet carrier over in that old red shed. You can go over and get it. Just put it up by the shop on your way into the house. Okay. She leaves the hog barn. Todd and Tristan continue to work. They're doing these two chores of theirs. At some point, I believe you'll hear that Tristan said the only time that he ever was out of his father's sight was to go into an office area. It's more of just a separated area off the main part of the hog barn where there's some equipment, and he got a drink of water. Kind of just turned the faucet on, there's a hose hooked to it, and he thought he did that maybe twice and was out of the main hog area for a very short period of time. Todd was still in there. He was in there when he went out to get a drink, he was in there when he went back. They worked for some period of time, and I don't think there's a real good handle on what that period of time is. Maybe an hour, hour and a half, and then where you can see up by the shop where this pet carrier would have been placed by Amy per this plan, and it wasn't there. And Todd says to Tristan, why don't you go see what's going on and get that pet carrier if it's not up there. Tristan goes to the shed where an awful, awful thing had occurred. Tristan yells for his father. He comes, he finds her in the shed horribly with this corn fork stuck in her back. And you'll see pictures of this shed where you get in these sliding doors which were kind of frozen open but a pretty short width. And then you go in and there's a bunch of these plastic farm sprayer tanks, and you kind of turn to the left and then you go down this hallway. And in fact, down that hallway there's some auger screws laying on the floor, but there you see this pet carrier that's partially pulled out from a shelf. But Amy's out laying on her face or on her hands and knees, crunched over near the door. It's so horrible. Todd cannot get her out of the shed without taking that fork out of her back because the doors weren't wide enough. There wasn't enough room to move her. So he did it. And he had Tristan help him get her in the pickup, literally laid across their laps, called 911, and proceeded to drive as fast as he could towards medical care. The 911 operator directs them to a certain location where he or she, I can't remember, is sending law enforcement to meet them and ultimately emergency equipment. And they meet on a roadway out in the country where Amy is then transferred from the pickup into an ambulance and taken to the hospital, where she is soon pronounced dead. Tristan was taken by a friend, Michael Krogman, from the scene back to the farm. Two deputies had asked for him to do that, for Tristan to go back there so that he could show them where he found his mom, a little bit about what happened. And Tristan did that. Then Tristan went to the hospital where he meets with family. he's questioned briefly there by law enforcement. He basically tells you the story that I just told you. Maybe not in quite so much detail. Todd did state that he thought he had no other explanation. She went in the barn, she ends up with a fork in her back, she must have fell. He had no idea. But we will learn, you will learn, that she didn't fall on the fork. That there was 4 times on this fork, and you'll see it here in the courtroom, that there was more than 4 wounds to Amy's body. That she was struck more than once. But when she was there working in the barn, and you'll see pictures of her clothing, she had on several layers of clothes, from a light shirt to another shirt. I think it was 3 layers, and one was a fairly heavy coat. So Todd couldn't see the wounds. There was some blood, and that was about it, quite a bit of blood. So his explanation was the only one he could think of. This wasn't something he manufactured. It was like, what else could it be? She was dizzy in the hog barn. Here we find her with this fork in her back. She was trying to get this pet carrier out of the shed. I don't have any other explanation. And that story remains consistent when he's questioned more completely by law enforcement. Tristan, at the farm, at the hospital, later questioned at a school, and later questioned at a professional, it's a CPC center, I think they call it, at St. Luke's Hospital in Cedar Rapids, where professionals who interview children who have been victims or witnesses. He was interviewed there, and again, his story remains basically the same. Yes, I expect you're going to hear a history of this marriage. That approximately 5 years before this all happened, Amy was working at the hospital, I believe in Manchester, and that she had an affair with an individual. Todd ultimately learned about that affair. At the suggestions of friends and family, they went through counseling, and they worked through it. I believe you'll hear testimony from Todd that his marriage was important. His children were important. The farm life was important to him. But not so important that he's going to murder the mother of his children and his wife. There will be sometimes perhaps confusing text messages, phone contacts, or information about what was said by Amy. But I think you will find that Todd continued to work towards maintaining his marriage throughout all this confusion. But behind his back, Amy was having a significant sexual affair with someone who actually came to the farm on a regular basis. A gentleman by the name of Jerry Frazier. He worked for a company that contracted these hogs into these various hog confinement facilities. And I think he'll testify that he was responsible for calling upon and servicing numerous hog operations like the Mullises. So he knew the farm, he knew the people, he'd come there on a regular basis, and he and Amy would have business conversations, business communication, I guess I'll call it, about feed and medicine for the hogs and things that were going on a business level. But he would say that in the spring of 2018, it became a flirting thing, and then it became a sexual thing. And it was extensive, that he and Amy would meet on various locations at various times, and it was sexual. I'm going to say you'll find that somewhere around the first part, at least the first half of July, Todd saw some phone bills that would show the amount of messaging going back between Amy and Mr. Frazier. And it bothered him. Bothered him to the extent that he called Jerry Frazier and said, "Hey, what's going on? Is there something going on?" Frazier, "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a nice guy. Amy wants the kids to get involved in showing pigs at fairs and stuff like that, and I help out a lot of people, and we got our regular contacts about the hog operation there at the Mullis farm. Don't worry, Todd." Todd even calls his wife, and she thinks Todd's crazy. She doesn't suspect anything, and I think it's pretty fair to assume that Jerry Frazier convinced his wife that Todd was a little wacky and don't pay attention to him. The affair continued. There was plans to meet at the state fair in Des Moines in August. Amy was telling people, as soon as Jerry is ready and his kids have graduated, then I'm going to get a divorce and so forth and so on. But I don't think Jerry was quite into it like she was. But he admits it still continued right up until just a few days before this November 6th medical procedure. So I'm not going to try to lay out exactly all these text messages and communications, but there will be some. The internet searches that the state mentioned, there were phones, there were Kindles, there was an iPad, or excuse me, a laptop, and there was an iPad. An iPad used extensively for the hog and farming operation. It would actually be taken out in the tractors when you were doing, like, as I understand it, and I hope I'm not wrong, like GPS planning, that you could coordinate with this iPad. And also it was used in the hog operation because it had better Wi-Fi or whatever the connections. I'm terrible with this stuff. I'm too old. But it had better connections, so it'd be taken out in the shop. And that a dispute may be as to how many people had access to that and what the significance of these searches are, when they were made and why they were made. Folks, again, Todd Mullis' statements about Amy falling on a fork and dying accidentally was a honest, legitimate, on-the-spot explanation or an attempt to explain what happened to her. It was wrong. She was murdered. Horribly. But I believe that you will find that not only at the end of this case that there's a reasonable doubt about Mr. Mullis' guilt, but there's no doubt at all. Thank you.
All right, so that was the defense opening statement. And yeah, I see a lot of you guys in chat are not appreciating this defense attorney. Yeah, you need a nap. Equinox. Yeah. Jenny, is he boring? Yep. Yeah. Not the best attorney. So we'll see how that plays out over the course of this trial. So just real quick, we has to recap defense opening. He says, and this defense name is Aaron Hamrock. So he says it's not an issue of what happened, but who did it. So Todd and Tristan went to another farm to do some chores that day. Apparently they have multiple farms. He said chisel plowing had to be abandoned due to the cold the night before. So Amy and the two younger children were back at the house, if you will, and they were having breakfast. So Todd and Tristan were getting ready for a delivery of small pigs. And these barns were huge. They have multiple barns, and they're like the size of a football field. So the plan was to start the process of getting these smaller pigs who had just been weaned off of their mothers to get ready for them to start to grow, I guess, and mature. Now, Amy had a medical procedure a few days before. She had minor surgery due to dizziness. So Todd, let's see. Todd was getting these pipes ready that the little pigs would eventually be nursing off of. So, and he was getting heaters to be installed. So Amy was working on these light fixtures above, and she kind of seemed to lose her balance, and Todd said something to the effect of, "Honey, take it easy. Why don't you go back into the house?" Todd says, let's see, if you want to do something, I guess Amy said no to that. So he said, if you want to do something, there were some kittens that needed to be taken care of because the mother had, unfortunately been run over. So they were afraid that these kittens, there was a door in the shed, so they were afraid these kittens would get out. So he wanted her to get this pet carrier for these kittens and take them somewhere, I guess, to safety. I didn't quite catch that. Tristan went to go get drinks of water twice, and he was out of the main hog area that Todd was in. So Todd was in this hog area the entire time. Tristan left twice, and he was only gone for a few minutes. So that's going to come into play because when did Todd have time to go do this? If Tristan is testifying or is saying to the police, Dad, was pretty much in the main barn the whole time. When did he have time to go do this? He sees the pet carrier wasn't there. So they saw that there was a pet carrier that should have been in this space, and it wasn't there. So he sent Tristan to the shed, and that's when Tristan finds Amy. So with this rake in her back. So Tristan yells for Todd, and he comes, and he sees the rake in Amy's back. Now, Amy is on her hands and knees, and in order to get her out of the shed, he has to remove the rake. Can't even imagine that. He has to get her out of the door. And Tristan helps lay Amy in the truck. He calls 911, and he's starting to drive to the hospital because they are in a very rural area. So the EMS meets them on a roadway, and he transports Amy to the hospital where she is pronounced dead. Now, this guy named Michael Krugman takes Tristan back to the farm on the behest of these two deputies said to go do that. Tristan then goes back to the hospital. He meets with family, and he's questioned by the police. Now, they're saying, the defense is saying Amy didn't fall. Because there were four tines on this pitchfork, and that there were more than there was more than 4 wounds in her back. Amy had on multiple layers, including a coat. So Todd couldn't see the wounds when he's, first initially doing that. He couldn't see these wounds, and the only thing he can think of is, well, Amy's been dizzy. She went to go get a pet carrier. She must have fallen on this rake. Now, then we hear about Amy having a significant affair with a gentleman named Jerry Frazier. Now, Jerry Frazier had multiple service contracts with, multiple hog farms, and Amy's and Todd, they had one of them. And so Amy developed this business relationship, and they would have business conversations at first. But then in the spring of 2018, that's when it became flirty and then eventually became sexual. So then Todd saw these text messages, and he called Jerry to say, what's going on. And then I guess they met at the state fair, and I kind of missed that because I had to run out real quick. So I missed that. Who met at the state fair? If you guys could tell me who met at the state fair. And then, so then Amy's saying, once the kids graduate and Jerry's ready, then Amy's planning on getting a divorce. So that was going to be a long time because her kids were young, right? I mean, Tristan, I think, is 13. I think the other kids are like 6, 7, 8, so she's got to wait like 10 years before she can hook up with this guy, Jerry. But anyway. All right. Any questions so far? You guys good? You guys got this under control? Let me know if you have any questions. If not, we're going to move on to what I hope is the next, because again, I don't know, this is just a bunch of video clips, like 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, so I hope this is continuing on. We're going to find out. So hopefully they don't jump around. Hopefully this is in order, but let's go back to the courtroom.
Okay. Okay, do we have a witness for the state?
Yes, Your The state calls Jeff Fuller.
Counsel.
Jeff, you had just indicated your name.
Yes,
Do you go by Jeff?
I go by Jeff.
And how old are you, Jeff?
I am 43. I'll be 44 tomorrow.
What area do you live in?
I live in the town of Eldora, Iowa.
And where did you grow up?
I grew up on the farm just outside of Eldora.
And was that on a farm?
On the farm, yes, sir.
Who did you grow up there with?
I grew up there with my mom and my dad and my sister Amy.
Did you graduate from high school?
I graduated from Eldora New Providence High School in 1994.
And did you receive any additional schooling?
Yes, I got my bachelor's degree in occupational safety and health, and I have a master's degree in organizational leadership.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm the human resources manager at American Packaging Corporation in Story City, Iowa.
Now, you indicated earlier that you lived with Amy Mullis.
Yes.
Who is Amy Mullis?
Amy is my sister, my younger biological sister.
Do you know Amy's birthday?
Amy's birthday was January 23rd, 1979.
Jeff, I'm handing you State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, that's my sister Amy.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of Amy and what she appeared to be prior to November 2018?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish this later, jury.
Before you publish it, we should have it offered first. Are you offering it into evidence? Any objection? No, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 1 is admitted, and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jeff, I'm showing on the screen what's been marked and offered into evidence as Exhibit number 1.
Yes.
Is that a photograph of Amy?
Yes, it is.
Did Amy work?
She had been a registered nurse, and she had left that to work on the farm with the family farm.
And did Amy graduate from the same high school as you?
Yes.
And what high school was that?
Eldora New Providence High School.
What kind of things did Amy like to do?
Amy loved being outside, hunting, fishing, playing golf, but her biggest pride and joy was being a mom to her kids.
And you indicate, how many kids did Amy have?
Amy had 3 children.
And what are their names?
Tristan. Yes, ma'am. He's wearing a green-gray shirt.
The record reflected in-court identification of the defendant by this witness.
It will.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that Amy, prior to her death, was actually working on the farm. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And prior to that, what kind of work did Amy do outside of the home?
She was a registered nurse.
And where did she go to school for nursing?
Kirkwood.
Now, you indicated that you met Todd Mullis.
Yes.
When did you first meet Todd Mullis?
I met Todd shortly after I got out of the Navy. It would have been 2003 or 2004 in that time frame.
And do you recall what year Amy and Todd got married?
I believe they got married in 2004. We would call and text. We got together on holidays and family events. I would go see some of her kids' events. She would come see some of my kids' events. We had a good relationship.
Who are your parents?
My parents are Robert Fuller and Peggy Munson.
And so would it be fair to say that Robert Fuller is your father?
Yes.
And where does Robert Fuller live?
He lives on the farm that we grew up on.
And is Robert married?
Yes.
And who is he married to?
Yes, he's married to Eileen Fuller.
And you indicated that your mother's name is Peggy Munson?
Yes.
And where does your mother live?
My mom lives in Ankeny with her husband, Randy Munson.
Did you and Amy ever talk about her relationship with Todd?
Occasionally. Back in around the time that Wyatt was born, which she said that she had not been happy, and she was just not happy back then.
How old is Wyatt currently?
Wyatt is 9.
And how old is Taylor Mullis?
Taylor's 11.
And how old is Tristan Mullis?
Tristan's 14.
Now, you indicated that you had this conversation with Amy when Wyatt was born?
Right around the time he was born.
And where did that conversation take place?
I think it was at my dad's house, but I'm not positive.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to sometime around August 2018.
Yes.
Around that time, was there anything going on in your family?
Yes.
What was going on?
Our grandma, Margaret, who is my mom's mother, had fallen and was in the hospital in Des Moines. And the prognosis was not good. Amy had gone to the hospital the day before I had gotten there. And then I met Amy outside of the hospital when we got there.
Jeff, let me just stop you there.
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that you and Amy were visiting your grandmother who was in the hospital?
Yes.
Now, at some point while you were at the hospital, did you have a conversation with Amy?
Yes.
And where in the hospital did this conversation take place?
We were outside the emergency room exit. She met me there. She was me and my wife. She was going to escort us up to Grandma's room.
Was your wife present for this conversation?
Yes.
And what's your wife's name?
Morgan.
And what, if anything, during that conversation did Amy tell you?
Your Honor, I'll object. Calls for hearsay. You want to respond, Ms. Hughes?
Judge, I believe based on the response to all of these statements that these statements are all admissible or are pursuant to the case law as well as the rules of evidence.
Well, if you want to tell me specifically what rule you think creates the exception, it would be hearsay. If there's an exception, if you want to tell me what the rule is.
Judge, first, the state's position is that it's not hearsay because it's to show the state of mind of the victim and to show that she was fearful of the defendant, not that the actual acts happen that he's about to testify to, Your Honor. And then further than that, I think that if Your Honor does believe that therefore the truth of the matter asserted, it does go towards the victim's state of mind, its present sense impression, and it also falls under the residual hearsay rule that we did file a notice of.
Without having heard the testimony of the witness, but believing I understand, I believe he's going to give testimony about the present sense impression or the then existing state of mind of the declarant. I'm going to overrule the objection for now and let him answer. Do you remember the question?
Yes.
Go ahead, you can answer.
So that conversation, when my wife and I approached Amy, she said that she was planning on getting a divorce and she was going to leave Todd, and that he was going to flip out.
Did she tell you when she would be leaving Todd?
At that time, she said it'd be a little bit later after the crops were out of the field.
Did she indicate to you that she was going to divorce Todd or just leave him?
She was going to divorce him.
Did your grandmother pass away from that time in the hospital?
Yes, she passed away that same day.
And shortly after your grandmother passed away, did you go anywhere to take care of her belongings?
Yes, my wife and I, my mother, her.
Those all the people that were present on that day that were helped cleaning out the house?
Yes.
While that was happening, did you and Amy have a conversation?
Yes.
Was it just the two of you at that time?
I believe so. There may have been some people that overheard the conversation. We were all just around in the area.
What did Amy tell you then?
Okay. Amy asked me if she could store Grandma's couch and some chairs and lamps at my house so that she would have some furniture when she left Todd.
Did you then take any of that furniture?
Yes.
And where did you put it?
I stored it. I still have it in my garage off of it.
And why did you keep that furniture?
So when she moved out, so she would have something to start off with.
During your conversation with Amy, did she say anything to you specifically during this conversation about Tristan, her son?
Yes. She said she was worried about Tristan because him and Todd were close. And when she left, she knew that Tristan would be angry with Amy for leaving.
When was the last time you spoke to Amy?
The last text message was the day before she was killed.
Would that be November 9th, 2018?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
She had a procedure earlier in the week, and she had sent me a picture of a bruise on her arm from the IV that was not put in very well, apparently.
At any point, did you have a conversation with Amy about an argument or fight that she had with her mother-in-law?
Yes.
And how did that conversation take place? Was that in person or over the phone or text message?
That was over the phone.
And approximately when did that conversation take place?
It happened shortly after, it would have been sometime in October. We had been at the hospital with my uncle who had had a brain bleed. And Amy had come down. We were with Mom in the hospital to support her because she had just lost her mother. And now her brother was in the hospital, and it didn't look very good at the time.
Around this time, was Amy spending a lot of time in the Ankeny or Des Moines area?
Yes.
And what specifically did Amy tell you during that conversation?
During the conversation, after she'd gotten home, she went to pick up her kids from her mother-in-law. And she said that her mother-in-law was talking very negatively at her, telling her that Amy had been abandoning her children and didn't deserve to be a mother and was just a horrible person.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please tell me again when your grandma had the fall and her resulting death.
That would have been August of 2018.
And after that, your uncle had some type of a medical issue too.
Yes, that's correct.
What was his name?
Jerry Granzo.
And do you know where he was hospitalized for this medical issue?
Yes, he was hospitalized in Des Moines.
Do you recall approximately how long he would have been in the hospital?
He was in the hospital for a few weeks, and then he went to On With Life to help with his recovery.
During the time that he was in the hospital or at On With Life, did you visit him?
Yes.
Did Amy?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate of how many times Amy might have?
With my mom to help support her during that time.
So every time you visited your uncle, it didn't necessarily coincide with a visit from Amy?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. So really you'd only be able to guess how many times she might have visited?
I could guess, but I don't have an answer.
Do you know if there were ever any times that Amy combined a visit to her uncle and her mom with activities that Taylor was engaged in, the tumbling, I believe, that she participated in?
I don't know if she did that or not.
Okay. And you believe it was sometime in October that Amy told you about having a run-in with Todd's mom?
Yes.
Did she ever talk to you again about and tell you that Todd had actually stood up for her and criticized his mother for doing what she did?
No. I think that might have been the last time I talked to her in person before she was killed.
Were you aware that Amy had had this affair about 5 years ago?
No.
Were you aware up until the time of her death that she was having an affair?
No.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, can you spell Uncle Jerry's last name for the record?
Granzow.
Okay. Thank you. You're free to step down.
Thank you.
Another witness for the state?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Eileen Fuller.
Okay. Stand if you'd like. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Eileen Fuller, EILEENFULLER.
Go ahead, counsel.
You indicated your name is Eileen Fuller.
Correct.
Could you tell us how old you are?
54.
Where do you currently live?
Iowa Falls, Iowa.
Where did you grow up?
Strawberry Point, Iowa.
And where did you go to school?
Starmont High School.
What is your current occupation?
Sales and advertising.
Are you currently married?
I am.
And who are you married to?
Robert Fuller.
Do you have any children?
I do.
And who are your children?
Whitney Gam and Zachary Converse.
And when did you and Robert Fuller get married?
2004.
And does Robert have any children?
He does.
And who are his children?
Jeffrey Fuller and Amy Fuller.
When you first met Amy, when was that?
In 2002.
How did you meet Amy?
I met her through a mutual friend.
And what kind of a relationship did you have with Amy?
We were friends.
And when you first met Amy, her name was Amy Fuller?
Fuller.
And what kind of things would you and Amy do together?
Go to dances. She'd come to my house. We'd barbecue, swimming. I mean, just did a lot of everything together.
During that time when you first became friends with Amy, did you meet Todd Mullis?
Not for a while.
And how was it that you did meet Todd Mullis?
Through Amy.
And how did you meet your current husband, Robert Fuller?
Through Amy.
Do you recall when you met Todd Mullis?
I'm going to say that I met Todd in July of 2003.
And when did Todd and Amy get married?
Todd and Amy were married September 11th, 2004.
And when were you and Bob or Robert Fuller married?
July 31st, 2004.
So just a little over a month before you and Bob got married, a little bit over a month before Todd and Amy.
Correct.
Did you have a relationship with the defendant, a friendship or relationship? How did you get along?
Todd
Yes.
and I got along fine.
And when you initially moved on into the farm in Eldora, would Todd spend any time on the farm?
He did.
And in what capacity?
He and his father rented the ground, so they were there twice a year to put in the crops and take out the crops.
Were you aware several years ago, about 5 years ago, that Amy had an affair?
I was.
And how did you find out about that affair?
I found out through Amy.
After that affair, what did you observe about Todd and Amy's relationship?
We didn't see them a whole lot. They seemed to be working things out.
After that, after you found out about that first affair, do you remember a time when you had a conversation with the defendant?
I do.
And
Yes.
approximately how long after that affair was this conversation?
I'm going to say right around 2.5 years after.
And where did that conversation take place?
In my kitchen.
Was anybody else present for that conversation?
It was just Todd and I. The rest of the family was in the basement watching TV. It was a holiday. They were watching football.
What did the defendant, Todd, say to you at that time?
He said, "Eileen, do you know what Amy did?" And I said, "Yes, Todd, I do." And I said to him, "It looks like you're working things out."
Did he then say anything else to you?
He did. He said, "Well, I have to." He said, "I'm not going to lose my farm and what I've worked for."
Now, in the summer and fall of 2018, did Amy have anything going on in her life that you were aware of?
In 2018?
Yes.
Yes. Amy was having some health issues at the time.
And was there anything going on with her mother's side of the family?
Yes.
What?
She had lost her grandmother.
And was anybody else in her family also in the hospital?
Yes. Not long after her grandma died, I know that her uncle had an aneurysm.
And were you aware of where Amy was spending a lot of time then?
She was down in Des Moines at the hospital, I was told, spending a lot of time with her, helping with her uncle.
Now, at the same time that Amy was dealing with these family issues, did you have contact with the defendant?
Todd had called me several times and discussing, worried about Amy not being home.
Now, you said he called you. Would he call you on your cell phone?
Correct.
And did you guys communicate any other way?
Texting, he would text me.
And did Todd say anything to you about Amy spending so much time at the hospital?
Yes.
What did he say to you?
He just said, she needs to be home helping with the kids. I know it was very aggravating. The kids were there, so he had a lot on his plate.
How often would the defendant call you?
Most of it was through texting. He did call on occasion.
And did you make any observations of the defendant behavior or how he was when he would talk to you or send you these text messages?
Mostly angry, just frustrated, anger.
And did these conversations with the defendant go on for a couple of months?
Yes.
And did the defendant, Todd, ever talk to you about his relationship with Amy?
He just said that they were obviously having issues. He didn't go into extreme detail, no.
At some point, did you have a conversation with Todd about him suspecting that Amy was having another affair?
Yes.
And was that, if you recall, were those text messages or phone calls?
Both.
And specifically, what did the defendant Todd say to you about that?
He just said he had confronted the field manager. I didn't really catch a name that he specified. It was his field manager, and he said that he had asked him about it. He had confronted he and Amy both.
And did he tell you what led him to confront them about it?
He said that via her phone, he could tell that, she was contacting him. They were contacting each other.
And at any point, did the defendant ask you for advice or ask you what you thought he should do about it?
He did, yes.
And what, if anything, did you tell him?
I said, I don't know, Todd. If that was me, I guess I would talk to his wife. That's what I would do.
At that point, did you know who this person was that Todd was alleging she was having an affair with?
No.
Had you ever met him, or did you even know his name?
No. Amy and his mother had just gotten into a fight. That was basically it.
Did he tell you anything else about that fight?
Something about his mother and Amy I'm not sure why Amy was there, what that situation was. He just said that our mom kicked Amy out of the house, meaning her home.
Can I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Ma'am, when Todd and you first talked about the first affair that Amy had, I believe you've told us, and perhaps today I missed it, that this happened 2 or 3 years, the conversation with you and Todd, after that had occurred?
Correct. About around 2.5 years. I didn't write the dates down.
When that conversation occurred several years ago, you said it was a family, maybe a holiday gathering?
Thanksgiving, correct.
Amy and the kids there?
Correct.
In your opinion, did Todd love his children?
Yes.
Love his career, his farm life?
Yes, very much.
Hard worker?
Very hard.
And you saw evidence of that because him and his dad rented ground from your family?
Correct.
Moving ahead then to late summer, August, September of last year, 2018, you said Todd communicated with you with concerns about Amy being absent from the home.
Correct.
And that was due to health issues of both grandma and uncle.
Correct.
You mentioned his plate full. Crops coming out about that time of year.
Correct.
Do you know how much land the Mullis Todd's operation was?
I don't exactly. I know they have quite a bit of land.
Pretty substantial.
Right, and renting and vice versa, yes.
And it sounds like from what you're telling us that Amy was doing this family health issue visits without the kids going with her.
I can't say that for 100% all the time that she was there, but I know when Todd had talked to me, they were at home.
So Todd's got the 3 kids and farm and weather issues and so forth. You said he was angry, frustrated?
He seemed angry, frustrated, yes.
But is this also about the time that he told you that he had some suspicions again about Amy's fidelity?
Correct.
And that he had talked to this farm manager?
He said he had talked to him, yes.
Did he seem satisfied that the explanation he got explained things?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm going to let her answer yes or no. Do you understand the question?
Can you repeat that, please?
Did it appear that Todd seemed satisfied with the explanation he had received from this farm manager?
He didn't say either way. He just said he had asked him, confronted him.
But you then encouraged him to contact this man's wife?
He asked me what I would do. I said, I guess if it was me, I would talk to his wife.
Do you know if he did that?
I do not.
And then you told us this morning that Amy shared with you that she had, I'll call it a run-in with Todd's mom.
Todd told me that.
Right. And the issue was Amy's absence from the home. Was that kind of the...
Sounded like that was the basis of the argument, yes.
Did you ever talk to Todd about that?
No, I don't. He had just told me that his mom had kicked her out. That's about the extent of that.
Did he also tell you that he confronted his mom about what she had said and done with Amy?
I don't believe so. I don't recall that.
Okay. You're not saying it didn't happen, he just...
Right.
You mentioned that Todd had made a comment to you back at this holiday thing a few years after the first affair that he didn't want to lose the farm. Isn't it true that he also added that he didn't want his family to be split up?
No, he didn't say that. He said, I'm not going to lose my farm and everything I've worked for.
Maybe this is incidental here, but the farm ground that Todd and his dad rented, who did that belong to?
Robert Fuller, Sr.,
Amy's dad.
Amy's grandfather.
Grandfather, I'm sorry. And where did this land situate? Where was it located?
Between Iowa Falls and Eldora,
Okay.
Iowa.
And this was in the vicinity where you live?
Correct?
Okay. When you said that they would come out, put the crop in, come back, take the crop out.
Correct.
Would you have contact with them on either one of those occasions?
Sure.
Okay. Any recollection of any concern that Todd shared with you about his life with Amy, the kids, or anything like that?
You'll have to rephrase that. I'm not sure what you're asking me.
It was not a good question. During those encounters that when they would be there for farming purposes only, not family gatherings or anything, did you ever have any personal conversations with Todd then about family issues?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Any redirect? No, Your Honor. Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can step down. Okay, folks, we're going to take a short break. This will be our only mid-morning break. Give you a chance to use the restroom and stretch. It'll be about 10 or 15 minutes. Remember the admonition I gave you yesterday. Keep an open mind about everything. Don't draw any conclusions. Don't do anything to acquire any information about the case. Don't talk to each other about the case. On your break, you're free to, again, go outside, walk around, do whatever you'd like. Make sure you report back to the jury room, okay?
Okay, so we just heard from two witnesses. First was Jeff Fuller, who is Amy's brother. He is Amy's older brother, and Amy was born, we found out that she was born January 23rd, 1979. So their dad is Robert Fuller and Peggy Munson. Now, both of them have been remarried. And we heard from Eileen Fuller, but we'll get to her in a second. So they had, so after Wyatt, who was 9, he was the youngest. So they had 3 kids, Todd and Amy. I believe two boys and 1 girl. It sounds like Tristan is the oldest, and then Wyatt is the youngest, and Taylor is in between. So it was after Wyatt was born that Amy started to talk about to Jeff, her brother, that she was not happy. And then they talked about how the grandmother had fallen, and she was in a Des Moines hospital, and she was not in good shape. So they all decided to go and meet up. Amy was there first, and her and Jeff talked outside the emergency room exit, and Jeff's wife, Morgan, was there. And then that's when Amy talked about planning to get a divorce, and she knew that Todd would flip out. And this is Jeff saying all this. That Amy wanted to leave after the crops were out of the field, and then grandmother passed away that day. So Amy was saying she was going to wait until the kids graduated, but then now she's telling her brother Jeff she wants to get out a lot sooner, obviously. So then the family all got together to clean out grandmother's house, and Amy was there, and she asked if Jeff could store some furniture at his house, because she wanted some furniture for when she left Jeff. And he said yes. He stored, I think he said like some couch, maybe some end tables, that kind of stuff. Then Amy says that she was worried that Tristan would be angry with her for leaving Todd. So that's really important. So keep that in mind, that it was Todd and Tristan that were together the day of, and it was Tristan that found Amy with the pitchfork in her back. So Amy is saying that Tristan would be angry with Amy for leaving Todd because Tristan really likes Todd. So keep that in mind. I think that's going to be important later on. They talked a few days before this happened to her. She said she had a bruise on her arm due to an IV. Then they talked about this fight that Amy had with her mother-in-law. And that was sometime in October, their uncle had an aneurysm, so he was in the hospital. So their mom had just lost her mom, and then now her brother. So that's why the family kind of got together. Amy was spending a lot of time in the Des Moines area. She picked the kids up at the mother-in-law's place, and then the mother-in-law was talking very negatively towards her, saying you're abandoning your kids and you're a horrible person. So cross came up. Nothing too spectacular there. Didn't really, there were, just that Jeff was not aware of the affair from 5 years ago, nor was he aware of the current affair. That's really all I kind of gleaned from that. And I hear what you guys are saying. This defense is not the best. So then they talked to next witness number 2. State's witness number 2 was Eileen Fuller, who was Amy's stepmom. She met Amy through a mutual friend. She said they went to dancing. She would come over and have barbecues and go swimming. She also met Todd through Amy, and she also met Robert, who was her husband, through Amy, and that was Amy's father. So Amy connected Eileen to everybody, her future husband, who was Amy's dad, and then also Todd. So Todd and Amy met July of 2023, and then they got married September 11th of 2003 they met, and then they got married 2004. And then Eileen and Robert got married a couple months before. Let's see. Todd would come over to Eileen and Robert's farm because Todd and his dad had rented some ground there. She knew about Amy's affair. So the brother did not, but stepmom did know about Amy's affair. But they seemed to be working it out. And then she talked to Todd about 2.5 years after the affair at a family gathering. And Todd said he had to work things out because he didn't want to lose his farm and all that he had worked for. Possibly motive, I guess. He's cheating on her. He doesn't want her to get divorced. There's your motive. Amy had health issues, and she had lost her grandmother and her uncle. Lost her grandmother, then her uncle had an aneurysm. Todd had called several times. He was worried about Amy not being home. He texted her as well. He was worried that she was spending too much time at the hospital and that Amy needs to be home helping with the kids. Now, that's what Todd's mom said as well. So those two were definitely probably talking and feeding into each other. She said the texts were angry and he was frustrated. He didn't go into any details, but he said they were having issues. Todd suspected Amy of having another affair, and he confronted the field manager, and this is all what he is telling Eileen. He could tell she was contacting. So he could tell that they were talking to each other because he was, I guess, looking at her phone. Amy and he had gotten into a fight because mom, meaning Jeff's mom, Todd's mom had kicked Amy out of her house. So then during cross, not too much there other than she encouraged Todd to talk to the farm manager's wife. So nothing too spectacular there. All right, let me know if you guys have any questions so far. Yeah, they picked 911. Yeah, but it was it was 2000 and 2004. Yeah, interesting. I don't see any questions coming in. Yeah, Ken, no problem. Appreciate giving it to you. Helps me understand these as well. I can't really be in the chat because I got to focus on the trial, but let me know if you guys have any questions. All right. So now we're going to move on to the next testimony. And again, I'm not 100% sure how this is all going to fall together. I hope it's in order, but when it's not a live trial, it's kind of difficult to tell, especially when there's like 30 minutes. So bear with me. I hope that this is I hope this is the next, what do you call it? I hope this is the next in order of things. Okay.
Please be seated. Okay, do we have another witness for the state?
We do, Your Honor. This time the state calls Tristan Mullis.
Tristan, this is Judge Bitter. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're going to be called as a witness to testify, so you have to promise to tell the truth and take an oath. Do you understand what that means?
Yes, Your Honor.
I want you to raise your right hand right now. Do you swear that the testimony you give here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
State your name and spell your first name, please.
My first name is Tristan. My last name is Mullis. My first name is spelled Trysten. My last name is Mullis, and it's spelled Mullis.
Okay. Counsel, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tristan, what is your date of birth?
September 3rd, 2005,
And where do you currently live?
in Ankeny.
Who do you live in Ankeny with?
My grandmother and my step-grandfather.
Tristan, what grade are you in?
8th grade.
And do you like sports?
Yes.
What kind of sports do you like?
I like to play football.
And do you have a favorite football team?
Yeah, the Iowa Hawkeyes.
What else do you like to do in your free time?
I like to hunt. I like to fish. I like to go on a four-wheeler ride. I like to hang out with friends.
Tristan, what is your mom's name?
Amy.
And what's her last name?
Mullis.
And what kind of things did your mom like to do?
She liked to do puzzles. She liked to help out with the Delaware County pork producers. She liked to help people out.
Prior to living in Ankeny with your grandparents, where did you live?
In Earlville, or outside of Earlville.
And what was your address?
I don't know.
And did you live on a farm?
Yes.
Who did you live there with?
My mom and dad.
And what's your dad's name?
Todd.
And do you have any siblings?
Yes.
What are your siblings' names?
Taylor and Wyatt.
How old are Taylor and Wyatt?
Taylor is 11 and Wyatt is 9.
When you were living on the farm, is there anything that specifically you were in charge of or you liked to do?
I had chickens that I took care of.
And how did you take care of those chickens?
I fed them, watered them. I picked up the eggs when it needed to be picked up.
Did you actually sell the eggs to the customers?
Yes.
And how much did you sell them for?
$1.50 per dozen of eggs.
Were you able to keep that money?
Yes.
Now, what kinds of things did you do with your mother?
She took me shopping a lot, like for school clothes. We went to some Iowa Hawkeye football games. Just stuff like that.
When you lived on the farm, who worked on the farm?
We all did.
And when you say we all did, who do you mean?
Both my parents, me, and my brother and sister.
And what kind of things did your mom do around the farm?
She kept the paperwork for the chemicals. She ordered feed for the hogs that we have. She just do a lot of paperwork.
And what kind of things would your dad do on the farm?
He'd do the labor work, like the chores and the field work.
Did doing all the farm work take up a lot of your dad's time?
Yeah.
And did you help a lot on the farm?
Yes.
Sometimes did you actually take time off school to help on the farm?
Yes.
And back in 2018, what was your relationship like with your dad?
Close.
What kind of things would you do with your dad?
Chores. We would go hunting, fishing, go on a four-wheeler ride. We'd farm together, obviously. Just stuff like that.
Did you and your dad talk about how someday the farm would be yours?
Yes.
Did you and your dad also talk about you possibly being homeschooled so you could help even more on the farm?
Yes.
Now, Tristan, I'd like to direct your attention to November 10th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Where were you at that morning?
In the house.
And what's the first thing you remember that day?
Just waking up.
And where did you go after you woke up?
To my room to get my clothes on.
And then where'd you go?
Went upstairs.
Did you at some point leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
My dad.
And when you left the house, who was at home?
My mom and my brother and my sister.
Where did you go that morning?
To the other hog site where we had hogs that needed to be taken care of.
Tristan, tell me a little bit of the farm that you lived on.
We have a house. We got a few grain bins that stored either corn or soybeans. We have a shop, basically, where we do all the maintenance on the equipment and the vehicles. We have actually a storage shed for those vehicles. We have 2 hog buildings, and that's pretty much it.
Ms. Hughes, can you grab the microphone from Mr. Firehelm and set it up by you so everybody can make sure they hear you?
Tristan, would it be fair to say that you had 2 hog barns on the farm?
Yeah, at my house, yes.
And you had indicated a minute ago that morning you left at some point to go to a separate site?
Yes.
Would that be off of your farm?
Yes.
And whose farm did you go to?
It was not really on a farm. It was kind of in the middle of a cornfield along the highway, but it was next to my Uncle Mike's place.
And who did you go with that morning?
My dad.
When you left that morning, who was left at home on the farm?
My mom, my brother, my sister.
Did you and your dad come back to your house or to your farm?
Yes.
And where did you go then?
We went back to the house.
And was it still your mom, Taylor, and Wyatt inside the house?
Yes.
What did you do then?
We ate breakfast.
Who made you breakfast?
My mom.
What was your mom doing when you first walked in before she made you breakfast?
She did not make breakfast like when we walked in. She had already made it. She'd prepared it for us. But when we walked in, she was working on a puzzle.
And who was she working on that puzzle with?
She was alone. She was by herself.
What did you do then after you went inside?
We ate breakfast, talked about how the day was going to lay out and just, I don't know.
Back in November 2018, was there anybody besides you, your mom, your dad, and your brother and sister that worked on your farm specifically?
Yes.
Who else?
My uncle, Mike, my grandpa Leroy, and that's probably about it.
So it was just family?
Yes.
Was there any hired workers that worked on your farm at that time?
No.
After you ate breakfast, what did you do?
We put our plates in the sink and we went outside.
Who did you go outside with?
My dad.
And where did you go when you went outside?
To the hog building.
Did your mom at some point come outside?
Yes.
And do you know what time you went outside?
I can't remember, but I think it was 9:30.
How long after did your mom come outside?
About 2-3 minutes.
Do you remember what your mom was wearing that day?
She was wearing a shirt, sweatshirt, winter coat, and a pair of pants.
Now, you said that you and your dad went to the hog barn?
Yes.
Where did your mom go?
To the same one.
When you went to the hog barn, what were you doing?
We were preparing the barn for infant pigs.
So at that point, were there pigs in the barn?
No.
So what were you doing inside the hog barn?
I was carrying heaters. Since it's in the wintertime, it gets cold and they can get sick and die. So we have to carry heaters that heat the pigs so they can stay warm.
What was your dad doing inside the hog barn?
He was putting down these bars that imitates a sow so that the pigs basically it weans them.
Now, this hog barn that you were in, can you just describe it to us a little bit? What does it look like?
It's kind of an open barn. It's got a roof on it, but it's about a football field long. It's got 24 pins in a barn, 12 on each side. There's a small alleyway that you can walk through to get to one end of the barn to the other. It's pretty much, there's feeders in each of the pins that has a water system connected to it.
What was your mom doing after she came out to the hog barn?
She was cleaning light bulb fixtures.
And how was she doing that?
So she would get on a bucket, a 5-gallon bucket, and then she would reach up to these the light bulbs in the ceiling, and there'd be this little glass oval that would go around the light bulb, and it would basically protect the light bulb from being broken and glass discarded on the ground. So sometimes there'd be flies that get in the light fixtures, so she would clean those out.
So would it be fair to say that all three of you were doing different things in the barn?
Yes.
Where were Taylor and Wyatt while the three of you were working in the hog barn?
In the house.
And was anybody else on the farm?
No.
What happened then?
My mom, she kind of, she said she was getting dizzy, and she said that she was bleeding because she had had a surgery a few days prior to that day. And so, we just, she just said that she was dizzy and bleeding. So, and then she kind of she said she was getting really dizzy, so we asked her what was wrong, and she said it was nothing.
Now, Tristan, did you see your mom get dizzy, or did she tell you she got dizzy?
I saw her get dizzy.
What did you see her do?
She kind of had to, when she got in a bucket, she had to hold herself from falling off, and she got down and her legs, she was kind of shaky.
What happened then?
Me and my dad both asked her if she was all right.
Did your dad say anything else to your mom at that time?
No, not at that time.
What did you do then?
We continued working.
What happened after you were working?
She kind of did the same thing, but this time we told her that maybe it was better off if she didn't do that job anymore.
Tristan, did you say that to your mom, or did your dad say that to your mom?
We both did.
Did your dad say anything else to your mom?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said, I really don't think it's wise for you to stay out here because, I don't want you falling off and getting hurt.
Did your dad ask your mom to do anything else?
Yes.
What did he ask her to do?
So that later that day, after we had gotten done with the hog barn, there was we had to go, I think it was water the chickens. And we have it's a tote, it's a chemical tote that was not being used, and we put a hose on it so we could store water in that tote, and so we used that for a water source to carry water to the chickens. And it was in the shop, and there was cats in the shop, and the skid loader was also in the shop, so we didn't want them running away or possibly getting in an accident.
So, Tristan, did your dad say anything to your mom or tell her to do something?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said, if you want to help out, it would mean a lot to us if you would go get the pet cage that was in a barn.
And is that also referred to as a pet carrier?
Yes.
And do you know where that pet carrier was located?
Yes.
Where was it located?
In the red shed, as we call it.
And how far is the red shed from the hog barn that you were in?
From the front of the barn, it's about 30 yards.
Did your mom actually leave the hog barn?
Yes.
And this carrier, it's kind of big, correct?
Yes.
And what would you approximate? Well, could you give us an approximation of how much you think that pet carrier weighs?
Probably maybe 15, 18 pounds. I'm not sure.
And your dad asked your mom to get that after she appeared to be dizzy.
Yes.
Did your dad tell your mom where to put it after she got it?
Yes.
Where did he tell her to put it?
He said two things. He said, if you can get it to the shop, that would help. But if you can get it out of the barn, that would be also helpful. But if you just can't get it, then just leave it. We'll get it.
Now, where specifically in the red shed was that pet carrier located?
It was kind of against the wall. I want to say it was against the southern wall, something like that.
So you actually saw your mom then leave the hog barn?
Yes.
What were you doing after your mom left the hog barn?
I continued her job.
And what was that?
Cleaning the light fixtures.
And what was your dad doing?
He was doing the same thing that he was doing just when we, before she left.
How long were you and your dad in the hog barn together after your mom left?
Probably about another hour and 30 minutes.
Now, while you were in this barn, you were still working?
Yes.
And your dad was doing his job or working as well?
Yes.
At some point, did you lose sight of your dad?
Yes.
Do you know exactly how long your dad wasn't in your sight?
No.
The time that you didn't see your dad you obviously didn't see your mother either.
Yes.
You did not see your mom at that time? Sorry,
Yes.
That was confusing.
Yes.
While you were in the hog barn working for approximately that hour and a half, did you have a watch on?
No.
Did you have your phone with you?
No.
Was there a clock inside the hog barn that you were looking at the time?
No.
Tristan, would it be accurate to say that you don't know how much time you were away from your dad when you were working in the hog barn?
Yes.
Now, Tristan, you swore to tell the truth today, correct?
Yes.
And as Judge Bitter asked you, you know what that means?
Yes.
And you're under oath right now.
Yes.
Now, did you also swear to tell the truth last week when you did a deposition to talk about these same things?
Yes.
And during that deposition, were you asked how long your dad was out of your sight?
Yes.
And during that deposition, you were also under oath.
Yes.
And during that deposition, you estimated that it was approximately.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
May I proceed, Judge?
Go ahead.
Tristan, during that deposition, you estimated that you were out of your dad's sight for approximately 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Yes.
Was that accurate when you gave that testimony?
No.
After the deposition, did you meet with your attorney and did your dad say or tell you to do anything?
Yes.
What did he say to you?
He just said, maybe it was too heavy or she couldn't get it or because she was on a weight restriction. So we just thought that, maybe it was just, one of those things where you just can't do it yourself. So he just told me to get it myself.
Now, let me just ask you a few questions, Tristan, about what you just said. You said your mom was on a weight restriction?
Yes.
And what do you mean by that?
It means since she had the surgery, as I earlier said, that she couldn't. She wasn't recommended to lift over 10 pounds, is what she told me.
Now, after you were working in the barn for approximately an hour and a half, did you and your dad had that conversation about how you didn't see the pet carrier by the shop?
Yes.
Where did that conversation with you and your dad take place?
There's an office, or it's like an office in the barn that we were working in, and it's where all the paperwork for the both barns go for the pigs, the days, and stuff like that, and just a storage area.
Now, did your dad ask you to go and check the red shed?
Yeah.
And did he ask you to go look for your mom or to go look for the pet carrier?
Go look for the pet carrier.
Where did you go then?
I went to the barn.
And when you say barn, that's also the red shed?
Yes, yes.
So sometimes you guys call it the old red barn or the old shed?
Yes.
Where was your dad when you went into the shed?
He was changing his boots that he had put on because they say it's wise to change boots so you don't spread disease throughout the barns. So we were both wearing different boots, and he had to fill out some paperwork.
Did you then walk to the red shed or red barn?
Yes.
At that point, was anybody else on the farm?
No.
Where did you go then?
I went to the barn.
What did you see when you walked in?
My mom.
And where was your mom at?
She was just inside the door.
And what position was she in?
She was kind of on her hands and knees, face down.
What did you do?
I yelled for my dad.
Did you see anything that was protruding or sticking out of your mom's body?
Yes.
What did you see?
A corn rake.
And where was that at in relation to your mom's body?
In her center back, probably, somewhere around there.
At that point, was your mom responsive?
No.
Did you do anything to see if she was?
Yes.
What did you do?
I checked for a pulse on her neck and her arm, and I put my finger, or my index and my middle finger under her nose to see if she was, if there was breath.
Now, at that point, I think you indicated that's when you called for your dad?
Yes.
What happened then?
He started running.
At that point, did you or your dad call 911?
Yes.
Right then you did?
No, not then, no.
When you say you went and got the truck, what do you mean, what did you actually do?
Went and got in the truck and drove it over to where they were.
And what was your dad doing then?
he was helping Mom out of the barn.
And how was he doing that?
He was kind of had a hand over both of his shoulders, kind of like the Army carry.
And so, did you actually see your dad? What did you do then after you pulled the truck up?
I got out of it, and I saw her, and I got really, like, I kind of got lightheaded, and then my dad just told me to snap out of it, and I got the door open for him, and I sat in the passenger seat, and she sat on my lap, and we drove off to the house. The truck, yes.
I'm sorry, the truck. And you were in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
And at that point, where was your mom?
She was on top of me.
And would it be fair to say, was your mom bleeding?
Yes.
And your dad started driving?
Yes.
While your mom was on top of you and your dad was driving, at any point did you see your mom become responsive?
No.
When your dad started driving, shortly after he started driving, did he do anything?
He called 911.
What happened then?
The operator told him to pull over so we pulled over it was like an area where a house is being built and nobody was there, so we just pulled over.
What happened after you guys pulled over?
We got her out of the car, and the truck, and the operator told us to give CPR.
And did your dad do that?
Yes.
Did police and an ambulance arrive?
Yes.
And what happened after they arrived?
They started doing chest compressions, and they loaded her into the ambulance and drove her off to the hospital.
Did anybody else other than the police and paramedics arrive where you guys were at on the side of the road?
Yes.
Who else showed up?
It was by sheer coincidence, but a few friends did.
Where did you go then after your mom got put in the ambulance?
We went back to my house.
When you say we, who were you with?
One of our friends.
And do you recall his name?
Yes.
What was his name?
Michael Krogman.
And is Michael Krogman a neighbor or a friend?
Yes.
And he actually drove you back to your house?
Yes.
Was it just the two of you in the car?
Yeah, the truck, yes.
Sorry, the truck. When you got back, you drove in the truck with Mike Krogman. Did anybody else follow you back to your farm?
I don't remember.
At some point, did some police officers arrive?
Yes.
And did you speak with those officers?
Yes.
Did you show them the area where you found your mom?
Yes.
Now, this area where you found your mom, can you just describe it a little bit more, please?
There's a door. There's two sliding doors. There's chemical totes in there. There was an old wagon in there. It's kind of narrow,
Now, I apologize. The area where you found your mom, is that the same area where the pet carrier is?
Yeah, basically.
Well, you actually have to, where you found your mom is right, if I have this right when you walk in the doors, to your left is where your mom was.
Yes.
And your mom, you indicated, was on her hands and knees face down.
Yes.
And you would actually have to walk a little bit further and turn in order to see where the pet carrier is.
Yes.
Did you then talk with the police and indicate to them where you found your mom?
Yes.
Now, Tristan, after this happened, that day, you went to the hospital.
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that this was a very traumatic experience for you?
Yes.
You indicated earlier that you actually felt like you almost were going to pass out when you found your mom?
Yes.
And obviously, what were you feeling after you found your mom?
I just kind of freaked out, and I was, my anxiety level was 0 to 100 in about a split second.
Now, you spoke to police, sheriff, that day at the hospital, right?
Yes.
And they asked you a little bit about what happened that day.
Yes.
And you told them at that time that you were with your dad the whole time.
Yes.
You also talked to Scott Rieger from the Department of Criminal Investigations. He came to your school a few days later and talked to you.
Yes.
And he also asked you if you were with your dad the whole time.
Yes.
And you said yes.
Yes.
And lastly, you also talked to a forensic interviewer at the Child Protection Services a couple months after this happened. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you also told that interviewer that you were with your dad the whole time.
Yes.
But what you're telling us today and what you told us at the deposition is that there was a period of time that you were not with your dad.
Yes.
Now, after this happened on November 10th, 2018, where were you living?
With my dad and my 2 siblings.
And were you living at home on your farm, or did you stay somewhere else for a little bit?
We stayed somewhere else for a little bit.
And who did you stay with?
My dad's parents.
And would that be your grandma and grandpa Mullis?
Yes.
And where do they live in relation to your farm?
About maybe a couple miles away.
Now, Tristan, I just want to go back a little bit and ask you a few more questions about the day that this happened. When you first found your mom, were you able to see your mom's face or her front side when you first found her?
Oh.
And in the area that your mom was found, what's in that specific area?
It's just like a walkway, and there's like chemical totes in there and a wagon that carries fertilizer.
Now, at any point on the day that this happened on November 10th, 2018, did you ever see anybody other than your mom, your dad, and your brothers and sisters on the farm?
Yes.
Who else? I'm sorry, before this happened?
Oh, no.
You indicated a minute ago that at some point you saw other people.
When?
Did you I'll just rephrase my question. I apologize. When you and your mom and your dad were out in the barn, at any point, did you see anybody else on the farm?
Oh, no.
Did you hear anybody else on the farm?
No.
After your mom went to get the pet carrier, did you hear anybody else on the farm?
No.
Did you see any trucks or hear anybody else on the farm?
No.
And after you went home, after this happened, at that point there was some police and some other family members that came over.
Yeah.
What time do you think you worked outside until you found your mom? About what time?
Noon.
Now, Tristan, I want to ask you a little bit about when you were, prior to this happening, you would, did you have your own bedroom at the farm?
Yes.
Would you sleep in your bedroom?
No.
Why not?
Just because, it's downstairs, and it's kind of I'm the only room downstairs, and it just was kind of lonely, I guess. I just slept upstairs.
And where would you sleep at your house?
In the living room.
Would you sleep on a couch?
Yes.
And would your dad generally also sleep in that same room?
Yes.
And would that be on a separate couch?
Yes.
And do you know why your dad slept on that couch?
Because, he had back problems, and, there was a certain, inclinement that he would sleep in, and it wouldn't hurt his back, and so, he just kind of slept on that.
Now, did your dad have an iPad?
Yes.
And where would your dad keep that iPad?
There was a little kind of a rectangular box kind of thing. It was like a gift that he had gotten, I think, and he would keep it in that beside the couch.
Now, let me back up a minute. Did you have any type of device at this time, back in November 2018 or around that time? Did you have a phone or an iPad?
Yes.
What did you have?
I had a phone, and I had a Kindle, or whatever you want to call it.
And did Taylor or Wyatt have any type of devices?
Yes.
What did they have?
Taylor had a cell phone as well, and they both had a Kindle.
And what if anything, did your mom have, type of device?
She had a cell phone. She had a Kindle as well.
And was there a family laptop or computer that you all used?
Yes.
And where was that device or that? Was it a laptop?
Yeah.
Where was that usually kept?
It was generally kept kind of next to a door that led out to the deck, but it was It was kind of in the kitchen vicinity.
And it generally stayed in the kitchen area?
Yes.
Now, this iPad that was your dad's, field or in the tractor or to use it around the farm?
Yes.
And was there a code to get into this iPad?
Yes.
Are you aware of what that password was?
Yes.
Did you yourself ever use that iPad?
Yes.
When did you use that iPad?
Maybe, like once, I think, to look up something for Dad, or I think one of those, I can't remember, but I know I did use it a couple of times, but it was just to look up stuff.
Now, during your deposition last week, you were asked if you ever used that iPad, correct?
Yes.
And during that deposition, you said you never used it?
Yes.
But today you're saying that you have used it?
Yes.
And do you recall when that was?
No.
Do you know what year it was?
2018.
Did you ever see your mom use that iPad?
No.
Did you ever see Taylor use that iPad?
No.
Did you ever see Wyatt use that iPad?
No.
Now, Tristan, did you know kind of a lot about your mom and dad's relationship?
Yeah.
Were you aware?
My mom say that, yes, I had an affair.
And then several years later, a couple months before your mother's death, did you ever, well, let me say, in about the summer to fall of 2018, before your mother's death, do you remember a time when you came home from school and your mom was really upset?
Yes.
Do you remember specifically when that was?
I can give you an estimate. It was probably August, late August.
You remember you were in school.
Yes.
And when you came home, what did you observe about your mother?
She was just kind of upset, and she just, I don't know, she was just upset.
And did she do anything with you? Did she hug you or kiss you?
Yeah.
And then that same day, did you go outside?
Yes.
And did you then have a conversation with your dad?
Yes.
Was it anybody besides you and your dad that day?
No.
And what, if anything, did your dad say to you during that conversation?
He just said that, Mom was upset today and we got in an argument, and it was just about what was going on, and she just kind of got upset about it.
Well, when you say what was going on, your dad actually told you that your mom was talking to another man.
Yes.
During that conversation.
Yes.
And Tristan, was there another time that you were also with your dad around this same time where he was talking to you about his relationship with your mother?
Yes.
And what were you and your dad doing at that time?
I don't remember.
Do you remember saying in your deposition that you were burning something, or that your dad might have been burning something?
Yes, yes.
Do you know what your dad was burning?
It's just trash.
And what did your dad say to you during that conversation?
He just said that, have you noticed anything with Mom? Is she getting grumpy, or is she upset with you guys? Is she, is she, like, texting a lot?
So you talked about your mom and dad's relationship.
Yes.
Now, after this happened on November 10th, 2018, after you learned about your mom's passing, did you ever go out to the red shed yourself?
Yes.
And for what purpose did you go out there?
I just wanted to see what happened.
And how many times would you say you went out there?
2, 3 times.
Now, Tristan, you said earlier that you're staying currently with your grandma and grandpa in Ankeny.
Yes.
And that's your mom's mother and stepdad, right?
Yes.
Have you ever talked to them about the facts from this day?
No.
And did they tell you, or did anybody else in your mom's family tell you what to say today?
No.
And in fact, after you hired an attorney, your attorney told you not to talk to anybody about this other than when you're testifying.
Yes.
Tristan, at any point on November 10th, 2018, prior to you finding your mother, did you see Taylor and Wyatt outside?
No.
So you saw nobody else outside but you, your mom, and your dad?
Yes.
And Tristan, did you do anything to hurt your mom that day?
No.
You were never with your mom in the red shed until you actually found her.
Yes.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Firehelm, go ahead.
Your Honor, I know it's only 11:35, but with some of the changes we've heard about during this testimony and the fact that we're split up from Mr. Sabers, I think I could do it much more efficient time-wise if I had a chance to review notes and talk to him and get these exhibits lined up.
You want to take a lunch break now?
I think it would be less confusing and more productive if we did that.
Okay, we can do that. Typically, we break for lunch around noon. It's 25 minutes to 12. So, folks, we'll take our lunch break at this point in time. Remember the admonition I've given you before. Same rules apply. Keep an open mind and don't draw any conclusions. We'll take until about 12:45. We'll give you about an hour and 10 minutes for lunch. Report back to the jury room. Okay?
All right, jury.
All right, guys, so we're going to recap what Tristan said during his direct testimony. So, I want to welcome everybody new that has come into the chat. Dave, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Ava Nicole, I believe you're new as well. Haven't seen you recently, or I know a few people here, we seem to be new for our chat. So thanks, guys. Thanks for joining us. And then some people that have been around for a while. Really appreciate you guys too. Jenny and Dreama, Lil Miss, Only Fan, Brat. Good to see you guys. Gwen Garnett, thanks for joining us. Momo Shark, Erica Hubner, thank you. Julie and Only Fan, Pammy, Queen Olive, Ruth Ann, always good to see you guys. Thank you so much for joining us on this one. So, we just heard from Tristan Mullis, who is the son of both Todd and Amy. So Tristan was working on the farm. He was 13 years old, and he was helping Dad around the farm, and the farm was eventually going to go to him. So let's go through some of his testimony. He liked to hunt and fish. He would take care of his chickens. He noticed that his mom, he knew pretty much a lot what was going on in the farm. So Mom, Amy, would order the feed for the pigs, the hogs, and she kept the paperwork for the chemicals. And his dad basically would do all the field work, all the labor, if you will. He helped a lot on the farm, and he would take time off school even to help. He had a really close relationship with Todd. They would do chores together, do the farming together, hunting and fishing. And again, someday the farm would be his. They even talked about him being homeschooled so that he could help out more. Then he started, November 10th, which is the day in question. He woke up and he went up to his bedroom to get dressed upstairs. And I'm like, wait a minute, where do you sleep? So he explained that later, and we'll get to that. He then went with his dad to another site to take care of the hogs that they had over there. He came back, and Mom had already made breakfast, and Amy was working on a puzzle by herself. So I'm not sure where the other younger kids were at that point, but they weren't there at that point. And his uncle and his grandpa would do some work on the farm. There was no hired workers. And then after breakfast, they went out to the hog barn, and that was around 9:30. And then Amy came out a few minutes later. She had a shirt, a sweatshirt, winter coat on, and some pants. So this is November in Iowa, so it's probably pretty chilly, probably 20s, 30s. The pigs were not in the barn yet, and Tristan was carrying heaters into the barn to keep them warm. And his dad was putting down these bars that would basically imitate the sows, and so they were trying to wean the little piglets off of being of milking, basically. The hog barn is open, but there's a roof, and it's about a football field long. So I thought it was enclosed, but he says it's open with a roof. So, okay. And he says there's 24 bins, 12 on either side, and there's a small alleyway that you can walk. So, again, this is all really important because how does Todd get to the shed, which is 30 yards away, do this and get back? So this is all really important. So he testifies that mom was cleaning these light fixtures by getting up on a bucket, and these light fixtures would be around the light bulb and flies would get in there. So she was up there cleaning that out. Taylor and Wyatt were in the house, so why they weren't there when they had breakfast, not sure about that. He said mom was getting dizzy and she was bleeding. Not sure where she was bleeding from, and I'm not sure what kind of procedure she had. They just said she had a procedure to fix her dizziness. Not quite sure what that was, in her ear maybe. They don't really say that, or they haven't said it yet. So he saw mom get dizzy, and she got down. She looked shaky, and both Dad and Tristan asked if she was okay, and better off not doing that job anymore. So Dad said, "I really don't think it's wise for you to stay out here anymore. I don't want you to fall and get hurt." So Dad's showing compassion. He's not like yelling at her saying, "Hey, what the hell are you doing? You know, get the hell off, you know, get the heck down." He's like, seems like he cares about her. Dad said, "If you want to help out, it would mean a lot to us if you could go get the pet cage in the barn." Again, not like, "Hey, you know, get out of here, go do this instead." It seems genuinely that he cares about her. So the carrier was in the red shed, which is about 30 yards away. Again, 30 yards away. So keep that in mind. 30 yards is pretty far. And just keep all that in mind. So Amy left to go into the hog shed, I should say. Oh, I'm sorry. She left the hog barn. So carrier is big. He says it weighs about 15, 18 pounds. And Dad told Mom, if you can get it to the shop, that would help. If you can't, just leave it. So again, he's not saying, go do this, because, you know, later on we find out that she's not supposed to lift more than 10 pounds because of her procedure. So then Tristan went and he started to clean the light fixtures. And he says that they were together, Dad and Tristan were together for about another hour and a half. He loses sight of Dad, but he doesn't know for how long. Now in the deposition, he says Dad was out of sight approximately 1.45 minutes, but he says that was not accurate. So he does not know how long Dad was gone. So that's important, because if Dad was only gone for a minute, there's no way he travels 30 yards, stabs Mom in the back, and then comes back 30 yards in a minute. Unless he's running, he'd be out of breath. So, but now he's saying he doesn't know how long, so that is important. He met with attorneys, and Dad said that Mom was on a weight restriction, and it wasn't recommended that she lifts things over 10 pounds. And Dad definitely said, go check the red shed. So he told Tristan, go check the red shed. So I guess Dad was gone. He comes back and says, check the red shed. He saw his mom as soon as he walked into the red shed, just inside the door, and she was on her hands and knees face down, right? And he yelled for the dad because he saw a corn rake in her back. He said Mom was not responsive, and he checked her pulse on her neck and arms, and he checked nose for if she was breathing. So again, for a 13-year-old to find your mom, kid's pretty mature, in my opinion. He's not just like screaming. But again, you work on a farm, you see death every day, or you know, it's something that it's still. I'm impressed that he was as mature as he was throughout all this. So his dad, he called for his dad. Dad came running. Tristan went to go get the truck, drove it over. Remember, he's 13 years old. Again, you grow up really fast when you work on a farm. They say you grow up fast in the city. You also grow up pretty fast on a farm. Different ways of growing up, but you grow up fast. So Dad helped. Dad was helping Mom out of the barn. He said an army carry, which I'm not sure what that is. I guess I'm not quite sure what exactly that was. He said he got lightheaded, but Dad said snap out of it. So again, Dad's pretty harsh in this moment, but he's like, hey, we got to get your mom help. Not sure I would say snap out of it, but he's trying to get his son to help him. So he got into the passenger seat. Dad got into the driver's seat, obviously, and Mom was put on his lap, and she's bleeding while Dad started to drive away. Mom was not responsive. Dad, Todd, calls 911 while he's driving, and the operator says pull over and to give CPR, which Todd started to do that. Police and the EMS arrived, and they started chest compressions. So then Tristan went back to the house after Mom was put in an ambulance, and Michael Krugman took him back to the house. Not sure why, but then eventually the police came back and they spoke to him. And then he showed them where Amy was found. I guess the police said maybe that's why he went back. Then he talked about what was in the shed. There's an old wagon. There's some chemical totes, which we found out are those big storage bins. The pet carrier, he said just kind of random stuff like that. He said Mom was to the right Right as you walk in, Mom was to the left. As soon as you walk into the shed, Mom was to the left. He says if you walk in further and then you turn, then you see the pet carrier. So then he went back to the hospital and he spoke to police. And that's that time he told them that he was with Todd the whole time. Then the next day they came to his school. He said the same thing. And then a forensic interview a few months later, he said the exact same thing, that Dad was with him the whole time. But then now, and then a deposition that he gave, he said there was a period of time that he was not with Dad the whole time, but he didn't know for how long. But he did say, in his deposition he said a minute 45, but then now he's saying he's not sure how long. So he's changing his story. So I got to say, I'm a little suspicious about Tristan, just a little suspicious about Tristan. So, Dreama, thank you for that. I appreciate it. We don't know what kind of surgery. It was something to correct her dizziness, so we haven't figured out what that was yet. Dave and Groovy do not know what it was, just to correct her dizziness. So I don't know if it was in her ear, and then she was bleeding. So I don't know if that was her arm, because her arm was bruised. I'm not sure. So Army carry is over your back, both shoulders. So like that, both shoulders, like her arms are in front of him. I'm not getting it. I'm not quite sure how that works. Okay, because I was thinking like a fireman's, whatever. Okay, let's move on. So there's no one else on the farm. So they found Mom around noon. So remember he said they went out, I think, around 9 or 9:30. So a couple hours later, this is when it happened. Then he talked about why he wouldn't sleep in the bedroom, because it's downstairs and he was lonely. So I guess he had the downstairs bedroom and he was lonely, so he would go upstairs to the living room. I guess the living room was upstairs. And Todd would sleep in the same room with him due to back problems. So then they talked about who had the electronic devices, because don't forget in the openings they said that there was a Google search how to do something to cheating women or something like that. I'll have to revisit what that said. So they just wanted to make sure that there was an iPad, there were cell phones and Kindles, and there was a family laptop, but they used the iPad to look up things, and he never saw anyone else on the iPad other than Dad. But then in August 2018, he came home one time and he saw that his mom was upset, and he talked to Dad about it, and this is when they talked about the affair. And yes, he's a 13-year-old talking about his parents' relationships. I agree with you. Probably we should not have been doing that, but they were, or at least Dad was. He said then he went to the shed 2 or 3 times afterwards just to see what happened. Interesting. No one told him what to say, and the final question was, did you hurt your mom? And he said, no, I did not hurt your mom. Basement bedroom, possibly. Yeah, could have been basement bedroom. That's true. Sounds like inner ear. If so, she might have been doing some moderate work. She sounds like a driven woman, but you wouldn't have to move your head very fast. Yep. All right. Tristan is 13. He was 13 at the time. So I guess he's 14 now, because this was November of 2018, and this was happening in September. So not quite a year. All right. Let's move on. Now, it's supposed to be crosses next, but that's not what is showing in my. That's not what is showing is coming up next. So, like I said, when you have feeds that don't have like 5 hours of testimony of trial, and you get all these little bits and pieces, it's just going to be what it's going to be. So, bear with me, chat. This is not going to be cross. This is going to be a deputy in the iPad searches. So we work with what we get. Or maybe there was no cross.
Be seated, everyone.
But at least we have closed captioning. Okay. All right, let's get back to the courtroom.
Be seated, everyone. Okay, do we have a witness for the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Travis Hemsath.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name and spell it, please.
Travis Hemsath, Travis Hemesath.
Can you please tell us who you're employed by?
The Delaware County Sheriff's Office.
And in what capacity?
As a deputy sheriff,
How long have you been a deputy sheriff with Delaware County?
about 9 years, and in law enforcement for roughly 12 and a half years.
And what are your current duties and titles, at the Delaware County Sheriff's Office?
Assigned to investigations,
And what does that mean?
investigating major crimes such as homicides, burglaries, thefts.
And when you're not in an investigator capacity, are you also sometimes a patrol deputy?
Yes.
And what does that entail?
Patrol of the county, general patrol, and taking calls for service.
I'd like to direct your attention to November 10th, 2018. Were you a Delaware deputy sheriff on that date?
Yes.
And at some point that day, did you begin working that evening?
Yes.
At approximately what time did you start your tour of duty?
I came on at 5 p.m.
When you came on at 5 p.m., did you learn any information about anything that happened earlier that day?
Yes. When I came on and I went to the office, I was briefed on the incident that had occurred at the Mullis farm.
And who briefed you on the incident?
Deputy Luke Thompson.
What, if anything, did you do?
As soon as we got done briefing about the incident, I had requested for Deputy Thompson to escort me out to the farm to review the scene.
Approximately what time did you go to the Mullis farm?
I was there before 6 p.m. I'm going to say it was probably about 5:30, 5:45 when I arrived.
What did you observe when you arrived?
So when we arrived, it was dark out. Obviously, family vehicles were there. Family was in the house, and Deputy Thompson had went to the house and then had met me out by the barn where they had found Amy in.
When you arrived, where did you go?
I went immediately to the red shed located on the property.
And did Deputy Thompson show you any specific area?
Yeah, so when we went to the location, because that's what I had asked Deputy Thompson, where was the body located, he had directed me to that location, and he had shown me he had described to me where they had located Amy, her positioning, where the corn rake was positioned, how it was laying, and everything that they had done up to that point.
What did you do then?
So I kind of took over for processing the crime scene and kind of analyzing the area. So I first started by basically just doing an overview of the building. I took note on if the door would open or close, how wide the doorway actually was. I actually entered, and then I took an immediate left, and you can tell that the walk space in between the sliding door in the front of the building and some chemical totes, was roughly 30 inches wide.
Was that the area that Amy Mullis's body was found in?
Yes. It was described to me that she was located in the middle of that door. So I took just a couple paces, and then there was a couple drops of blood on the floor, and that's where it was described to me that's where she was positioned. It was described to me that she was positioned facing as if she was exiting the building. So as I enter, she would have been crouched facing me. And then it was explained to me how the rake was positioned and in the corner leading back to this dog crate. So I entered the building, I was explained all that, and I viewed the dog, where the dog crate was. And then basically what I did is I looked on all the equipment in there, the totes, the wagon, augers on the floor itself. I was trying to look for any other indication of a fall, such as blood markings, any other markings on anything that would indicate an injury where she had fallen, anywhere else but where she was located.
And did you observe anything?
I did not.
Did you actually see the pet carrier?
Yes.
And where was the pet carrier located in relation to where Amy's body was found?
So when you enter the building, you enter the open doorway and you take an immediate left. You're going to walk down that 30-inch aisle between the door and the chemical crates, probably about 15 to 20 paces. You're going to take a right and you're going to head to the rear of the shed. And that tote was straight ahead about, I'd say 30 paces roughly.
What did you do then?
After I got done examining the inside of the shed,
Yes.
I went to the exterior of the shed, and on that night there was a light dusting of snow on the ground. So what I did is I checked the west side, the south side, and the north side of the shed just to make sure there was no indication of any other potential anybody would have came, footprints or anything like that.
And did you see any other footprints?
No, there was no indication.
What did you do then?
So then, I talked to Deputy Thompson outside. He described to me the incident more. I guess after that, I looked around in the gravel out front to see if I could see any blood or anything to indicate that outside. I did not see anything. And as I left, I viewed the hog barns, because most generally hog barns have camera system installed on them. So the way I knew there was two hog barns. There was one to the north and one to the south. But where my vehicle was positioned, basically I just did a loop in the driveway and I left. And as I did a loop, I viewed the north hog barn to see if I could see any cameras on the exterior of the building. I did not see that. The south barn, it was dark over there. The yard light did not light that building up very well, so I didn't get a good look at that building.
What did you do next?
So then my next step in the investigation was I attended the autopsy down at the state medical examiner's lab.
And where was that located?
In Ankeny.
And did you bring anything to the autopsy?
Yes, I brought the clothing and the corn rake.
After that, what did you do with regards to the investigation?
So after that, obviously it was a homicide investigation. I corresponded with Special Agent John Turbet, and he and I had started basically discussing what we were going to do. I issued 19 search warrants, preservation letters, and I performed 30 to 34 interviews.
And when you say Special Agent John Turbet, who does John Turbet work for?
The Division of Criminal Investigations.
And why? How did John Turbet become involved in this investigation?
They're an assisting agency, so we had contacted them to assist with the homicide investigation.
And you indicated that that you performed approximately 34 interviews?
30 to 34, right in there.
And at that same time that you were conducting your investigation, was Special Agent John Turbet also conducting interviews?
Yes.
Now, you also indicated that you executed 19 search warrants?
Yes.
What were those search warrants for?
So those search warrants were for electronics, cell phone records, Google records, Snapchat records, all sorts of communications. And that was on Todd Mullis's devices, and then Amy Mullis's phone, Tristan Mullis's, and we also executed a search warrant out at Todd Mullis's residence.
Did you actually collect all devices, electronic devices from the Mullis home?
Yes, we executed a search warrant at Todd Mullis's residence, and we collected all the electronic devices that he had in his possession, along with a camera system with a DVR unit at the home.
Was that on November 16th, 2018?
Yes.
On that date, were there also pictures taken of the Mullis farm?
Yes, so during that search warrant, we also took overview pictures of the farm, the layout, and the incident site again.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Deputy, I just handed you State's Exhibit 70 to 103 and State's Exhibit 111. Can you look through those briefly, please? First, let's talk about State's Exhibit 111. What is that a photograph of?
This is an aerial view of Todd Todd and Amy Mullis' farm.
And does that aerial photo truly and accurately depict the way the Mullis farm appeared on both November 10th, 2018 when you went there, as well as November 16th, 2018?
Yes.
And when you look at States Exhibit 70 through 103, what are those photographs of?
Those are the photographs we took the date of the search warrant.
And that would be November 16th, 2018?
Yes.
And do those photographs truly and accurately depict the Mullis farm on that date as you've previously described it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that States Exhibit 111 as well as 70 through 103 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection? Exhibits 70 through 103 and number 111 are all admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm asking permission to publish to the jury.
Yes.
Deputy, I'm first going to go through States Exhibit number 111. What is this the photograph of?
This is the aerial view of Todd and Amy Mullis' farm.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to ask that the witness come down so that he can refer to the screen.
Go ahead.
Deputy, can you describe the buildings that you see here?
So this is considered the north hog barn. This is the hog barn with the office in it, which the office is positioned right here at the top of the building. This is the south hog barn. There's no office in this building, just a loading chute. This is going to be your shop, okay? And this is going to be the residence. This is west, this is north, this is south, and this is east. This is the red shed. These are the grain bins. These are considered the fuel barrels. The road runs north and south, and the entrance into the residence is right here. It loops around, and it comes around, and you can exit down here as well.
And Deputy, just so we're clear, the red shed that Amy Mullis was found in, can you please indicate that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It's going to be the shed right here with the number 1 over the top of it.
And a moment ago, you pointed to something at the top left-hand corner and indicated that was the shop.
Yes, the building with the number 7 on it is the shop.
And that is also a red building, correct?
Red and white.
And you indicated a moment ago that when you went there, or I'm sorry, when you left the Mullis farm on November 10th, 2018, what building did you look at to see if there was a camera?
I looked at the north hog building because as I exited the property, I drove through here and made a loop. So this building was not visible, but I looked at this building right here going to the north.
Thank you. You can go back to your seat. Deputy, I'm going to show you States Exhibit number 70. What is this a photograph of?
This is the north driveway of the property, just off the road.
And you can actually see the main road there.
Yes.
And is that the only main road that filters into the Mullis farm?
Yes.
States Exhibit number 71. What is this photograph of?
This is the residence of the home. This is from standing on the roadway. And that's also the north driveway, and the home is positioned right there.
Now, to the right of the house, there appears to be you could see a portion of a white building. What building is that on the farm?
That's the north hog building that I had described on the property.
And on the left of the house, you can see what appears to be a white building with some type of red awning. What is that?
That's the shop that's positioned on the north side of the property.
That is not the shed that Amy was found in.
No.
States Exhibit number 72. What is this a photograph of?
This is a picture from the roadway, basically displaying the south driveway and the grain bins.
States Exhibit number 73. What's located in this photograph?
This is also standing on the road, displaying that the north driveway, the grain bins, the red shed Amy was found in, and the north hog building.
States Exhibit number 74.
So this is standing in the north driveway by the residence, depicting the red shed that Amy was found in, and the grain bins and the fuel barrels positioned to the right and just on the other side of the red shed.
States Exhibit number 75.
So this is standing in the north driveway, and this is showing the red shed to your right by the tree, and the north hog building all the way to your left, and in the center, that's going to be your south hog barn.
And what hog barn were the information that you received were Todd and Tristan located in?
It's going to be the building on your left.
State's Exhibit number 76.
Same position. This picture displays the home to your left, the shop to your north with the big, the red and white building with the big shop door, and then the north hog barn just on the right-hand side of the photo.
State's Exhibit number 77.
This is a picture in the north driveway as well. This displays the red shed that Amy was found in, the fuel barrels to the left, and the grain bins just to the south of the red shed.
State's Exhibit number 78.
This is positioned back in the middle of the yard, just to the west of the north hog barn. This shows the aerial view of the red shed, the fuel barrels, and how the grain bins lay on the property.
And State's Exhibit number 79. What's located in that photograph?
This is a picture of the residence, so you're going to be positioned in between the north hog barn and the shop.
State's Exhibit number 80.
Same location, just a little bit further back to show how the red shed is positioned onto the property.
State's Exhibit number 81.
Same thing, picture of the red shed, the fuel barrels, the grain bins to the rear. You're actually in the middle of the yard.
State's Exhibit number 82.
This is going to be a picture standing right by the north hog barn facing the red shed. This is kind of by the office area, facing straight towards the red shed that Amy was found in.
And State's Exhibit number 83. What's located in this photograph?
So this photograph, where we're standing taking the photograph, this is actually in front of the south hog building, facing the entrance of the red shed, the red sliding door in the shed.
State's Exhibit number 84.
This is positioned just a little bit south of the south hog building, basically just showing another angle of the red shed Amy was found in.
State's Exhibit number 85.
This is on the south side of the south hog barn, showing how the yard lays on the property. You get the red and white building is the shop on the property. The chute closest to you is the south hog building, and then where you see the subject standing up on the top kind of right of the picture, that's the north hog building. The little grain feeders are in between the hog barns.
State's Exhibit number 86.
This is a picture in front of the south hog building, basically displaying the grain bins, the fuel barrels, and then the driveway that leads out to the road.
And what is that to the right? Is that
The red shed that Amy was found in.
State's Exhibit number 87.
This is a little bit closer view of the front entrance to the red shed. This is the only entrance to the red shed, and you can see how the door is positioned, open, 2.5 feet. That's about where it was.
Is that where how the door was positioned on November 10th, 2018?
Yes.
As well as November 16th, 2018, when these photographs were taken?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit number 88, is this a close-up of that same photograph?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 89.
This is the south side of the red shed. We're facing north, and this is a photograph of the south side of the red shed that Amy was found in.
State's Exhibit number 90.
This is a picture of the front sliding door of the red shed that faces to the east. This is the entrance. This is how you enter the building.
And State's Exhibit number 91. What is in this photograph?
So this is the picture of the sliding door, about how it was open.
And is that how you entered?
Yes, right through that opening.
And State's Exhibit number 92.
So this is an angle. That's the opening to the red shed, and this is a photograph that displays immediate to your left as you would turn and walk left into the building.
State's Exhibit number 93.
Same angle, just a little bit better picture how you can see when you enter the red shed that Amy was found in, you can see the chemical totes to the right and the red door on your left. That's going to be your space that you had to walk down.
State's Exhibit number 94. What's located in this photograph?
So we took a tape measure and we measured the distance from the chemical totes to the door, just to show the width of the walkway that Amy was found in. It measures around 30 inches.
State's Exhibit number 95.
Again, this is another measurement of the front sliding door to the chemical totes on the first path, the walkway that Amy was found.
And State's Exhibit number 96.
So from this position, you're in the building, you've came into the opening, you've taken a left, and now you're staring down the first walkway, okay? This is immediately to the bottom, right kind of where the door splits. That's the positioning the area Amy was found. And then when you get to the end, you're gonna see that circle object. That's where the corner turns to go to the back of the sheds. So that's your intersection.
And when if you go to the end of that area where you indicated the circle is and you turn right, what is located down there?
That's where the dog carrier, or the carrier was located.
State's Exhibit number 97, what's located in this photograph?
Same angle, just a little higher, just to show the chemical totes and the sliding door.
State's Exhibit number 98.
So this is immediately when you get to the intersection, before you turn right.
State's Exhibit number 99.
So this is just another picture at the intersection where we took a picture just a little bit more to the right as you turn.
And State's Exhibit number 100.
This photograph displays as you make the complete turn and you're facing straight to the west, looking down the shed where the dog carrier was. That's what that shows, straight
Would
down.
it be fair to say that the person taking this picture would have kind of been at that intersection?
They're actually where the dog carrier is, I believe, in this photo, taking a photo towards that intersection, I think.
State's Exhibit number 101. Another photograph, I think, of the same area.
Yeah, same angle, yep.
And State's Exhibit number 102, what is this a photograph of?
Same angle. Same angle, you're at the... Actually, State's Exhibit 101. That's from the entrance looking straight back. This photograph is where you're at the dog carrier looking straight at the sliding door. That's this alley.
And in both 101 and 102, it's the passageway after you turned right where Amy's body was located.
Right,
It's just different angles.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 103, what is this a photograph of?
This just shows the hay racks that were on the one side of the walkway.
And State's Exhibit 104?
Same angle, just showing the augers and then the other side of the walkway, not the side where the hay racks are. This is the other side, so both sides of the walkway.
Deputy, earlier I think we only talked about State's Exhibits going to 103. You indicated that 104 is also a picture of the red shed?
Yes.
And was that also a picture that was taken on November 16th, 2018, the day that the search warrants were executed at the Mullis farm?
Yes.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of that area located inside the red shed?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that this State's Exhibit 104 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection? 104 is admitted.
Now, Deputy, you said you went on November 16th, 2018 to execute search warrants at the Mullis residence?
Yes.
What was the purpose, or what was the search warrant for on those days, on that day?
The search warrant were for all electronics at the residence.
Was it also to conduct a search of the home?
Yes, a search of the home and to gather more photographs.
And who was present when you went to go execute that search warrant?
It was myself, a few deputies from our office, and then Special Agent John Turbet.
Was the defendant or anybody from his family present as well?
Yes.
And who was present?
Todd Mullis, Todd Mullis' sister, and Todd Mullis' attorney, Bob Sabers.
What, if anything, did you observe while you were conducting that search warrant?
So while conducting the search warrant, doing the search in the residence for electronics, we located several Kindles. We located an iPad that Todd said was his iPad. We located 2 laptop computers, and then we also seized a few cell phones. While doing a search in the residence, I also took note that it was evident that Todd Mullis is an avid hunter, and he likes to collect firearms and ammunition. Also with doing the search in the exterior buildings, there's obviously farm equipment. I've come to learn that Todd Mullis owned a Gleaner combine. I also located a camera system on the south hog barn. There's 2 cameras positioned in the peak of that hog barn. And the DVR recording system for them cameras were located in the office, in the shop, that'd be the red and white shed to the north. And I also noticed that, I also took note of those camera angles while I was there. One camera, we'll call them camera 1, camera 2. The one camera displayed the center of the yard, so it'd be from like where the house, the north hog barn, and the shop is, that angle. And the second camera was positioned towards the red shed. And that system was also seized on that day, the DVR recording unit for that system.
Now, Deputy, let's go back first. You indicated that all the devices were recovered from the residence.
Yes.
Can you just give a summary of what types of devices were recovered?
Kindles, Todd Mullis' cell phone, Amy Mullis' cell phone, an Apple iPad, and 2 laptops.
And when you say an iPad, where did you specifically get that iPad from?
Todd said that he had it in his tractor, and so Mike Mullis had brought that to the farm for us, and that's when we.
Did you have a conversation with Todd Mullis about where his iPad was located?
Yes.
And that's when he indicated to you that it was in his tractor?
Yes.
Did you then ask him if there's some way that you could see that iPad?
Yes, he said he would have his brother Mike bring it up to the house.
Did Mike Mullis actually bring the iPad there then?
Yes.
And did he give it to Todd or give it to you?
He gave it to Todd, and Todd gave it to me.
And at that point, did you have a conversation with Todd?
Yes, I did, because when I received the iPad, it had a passcode on it. So you need to physically enter in a passcode. It was a 4-digit PIN number. So I had asked Todd if he would give me that passcode so I could get into the unit when I obtained a search warrant to search it.
Did Todd initially give you the passcode?
No, he was very hesitant to give me that passcode.
Did he then say anything to anyone else?
He turned to his attorney, and his attorney had advised him to give me the passcode.
Did Todd then give you the passcode?
Yes.
Did you then seize that iPad and collect it for evidence?
Yes, I did.
You indicated a moment ago that you were able to determine that there was 2 cameras at the Mullis farm.
Yes.
And I believe you called them camera 1 and camera 2.
Yes.
Did you also ask Todd about those devices?
I did.
And then where did you go to retrieve those devices?
We went to the shop, the red and white building, the shop to the north, and in the back right corner of the shop, there's an office. So Todd and I went into the office, and there was a computer screen that displayed the video, and then there's also a DVR recording unit that is the box that records all of your video and stores it. And that's what I had seized.
And you seized the DVR systems for both of those cameras?
There's one DVR system. Both cameras are linked to that DVR.
And was that DVR system analyzed
Yes.
after another search warrant?
Yes.
And was there an analysis conducted on those on that DVR system?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I assisted with analyzing the DVR system from the video cameras. So what we had found is that we had camera 1, camera 2. I'm not sure which one was which, but I know that the video camera that was displaying at the angle towards the red shed. We were unable to find any video for that camera. We couldn't determine if the video was deleted or if the system just never recorded. The other camera system that displayed the yard, like the North Hog building, the shop, and over towards the house, the general yard, that one did have video, so it recorded from September 11th, 2018 to October 29th, 2018. And then there was no recordings from October 29th, 2018 until the day after the homicide, November 11th. So the video picks back up November 11th, the day after the homicide, and then records to November 15th, 2018. And then we seized the unit on the 16th the next day. So that window from the 10th to October 29th, there was no recording. So we weren't able to determine if it recorded or if the data was deleted.
Now, Deputy, throughout your investigation, were you able to determine the time or a time frame for Amy Mullis's death?
Yes.
And how were you able to determine that?
I issued a search warrant for Gmail, for Amy Mullis's Gmail. And her last conversation, November 10th, was with Jerry Frazier. The last message was at 10:14 in the morning.
And what time was the 911 call that came out?
12:01. So between 10:14 and 12:01, that was our time frame for the homicide.
Now, just briefly describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you indicated that you conducted or executed approximately 19 search warrants, and I apologize if you've already said this, but what were those other search warrants for as well?
So I issued a search warrant for Todd Mullis' Gmail. I issued a warrants to Google associated with Todd Mullis' Gmail account. I issued search warrants to Amy Mullis' Snapchat, Amy Mullis' email. I issued warrants for Amy Mullis' cell phone records through U.S. Cellular. I issued warrants for the phone itself, the data contained on the device for both Todd and Amy and Tristan's cell phone. I issued search warrants through U.S. Cellular for Todd and Tristan and Amy's, all the information that was stored at U.S. Cellular. I issued warrants for searching the computer and its content. I issued warrants for the Kindles to search the content that was contained on those machines, and then also search warrants for the DVR system.
Now, Deputy, we know that this crime occurred on November 10th, 2018. Do you recall when was the defendant arrested for this offense?
Approximately 3.5 months after the incident.
And throughout that 3.5 month investigation, did you have any other suspects or persons of interest?
Just Jerry Frazier.
And why was Jerry Frazier a person of interest?
Because we had identified Jerry Frazier as having an intimate relationship with Amy Mullis.
Were you able to rule out Jerry Frazier as a suspect?
Yes, we were.
And how were you able to do that?
So how we ruled out Jerry Frazier as a suspect, we did search warrants on Jerry Frazier's emails and phone records, and we were able to obtain tower and GPS information for his cell phone. So what we did is we took that information and we mapped it, and we mapped Jerry around Jerry lives in Anamosa. So we mapped Jerry in and around Anamosa the day of the homicide from about 10:40 in the morning to almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon to indicate that Jerry was in and around Anamosa during the time frame of the homicide.
And how far is Anamosa from the Mullis farm?
About 45-minute drive. And we also conducted interviews with Jerry Frazier's wife and Jerry Frazier's son.
And was Jerry Frazier's wife ever a suspect or a person of interest?
No.
And why not?
Special Agent John Turbet had interviewed her and had come to that conclusion.
Now, Deputy, you indicated that from the iPad that was seized that Todd gave you on November 16th, 2018, were you able to determine if there was a Gmail account linked to that iPad?
Yes, there was.
And what was that Gmail account?
Todd Mullis 76 at gmail.com.
After you seized that iPad, did you do an additional search warrant for it?
Yes, I did.
And what was that search warrant for?
So I did a search warrant to physically examine the iPad, to look into the iPad for the contents. And then I also did a search warrant to, so my findings of that, we'll start with that search warrant. My findings when I physically examined the iPad, iPads have Google. Google's a search engine. So if anybody has used Google before, they know they can pull up Google, and where you're going to type in your search, you can hit it and see your search history, right? So that search history only saves so many searches, and then they fall off. So I noticed on that search, when I hit that search bar to see the history that's on the device, I seen organs of the body was searched.
And when was that searched?
That was 4 days prior to the homicide.
And that was your observation when you conducted a physical search of that iPad?
Correct, yes.
Did you then execute a further search warrant to Google?
Yes.
And was that for the specific account of Todd Mullis 76 at gmail.com?
Yes.
And how do you go about executing that search warrant?
So with all the electronics that I seized at the residence, no other device had that Gmail associated with it. So Todd Mullis's Gmail was set up on the iPad, just like most Gmails are. That when you do a search warrant through Google, that Gmail is linked to that iPad. So Google has a service, and it's Gmail, if that makes sense. They're connected, so it tracks your search history. So I did a search warrant through Google associated with Todd Mullis's Gmail account, and that gave me the search history back for that iPad itself. So when I received the searches back, I had received searches from 2017 to the present date.
And when you received those results, approximately how many pages did that entail?
Over 700.
And did you, as part of your investigation, go through those Google searches to see if there was any searches that you believed were relevant to this investigation?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Deputy, I just handed you State's Exhibit 112 as well as State's Group Exhibit 105. First, let's talk about State's Exhibit 112. What is that?
So this is a standard document we receive back. When I submit search warrants to Google, it's an online portal for law enforcement. When I receive the information back, they send an authentication letter with the records.
And is that what's known as a certificate of authenticity?
Yes.
And indicates that those are a true and accurate search of the account, the specific account of Todd Mullis 76 at gmail.com.
Yes.
And can you please look at State's Exhibit 105? And what is 105?
This is the search histories that we had obtained.
Is that all 700 pages?
No.
How many pages is that?
11.
And are those 11 of the pages that you received back from Google for the specific account for that search warrant that you just talked about?
Yes, it is.
And are those true and accurate copies of 11 of those 700 pages that you received from Google regarding this account?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that both State's Exhibit 112 and 105 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection? 105 and 112 are both admitted.
And, Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish to the jury.
Yes, granted.
Deputy, I'm going to show you, this is State's Exhibit 105. Because we're not showing all 700 pages, is this the beginning of those 700 pages and the end of those 700 pages?
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
And just so that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are clear on these Googles, or what's at the top of these searches? What is listed?
Oh, that's the website that was searched.
And at the top, does it indicate that this is the Google account of Todd Mullis 76 at gmail.com?
Yes.
And just so that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are clear, can you describe let's just go to line 7, which is the first search that we see, just so that we can, if you can explain what appears on each line of these different searches.
It's going to be the date that it was searched, the time that it was searched, and then it's going to give the website that was either visited or specifically searched. And if it was specifically searched, it's going to show you the characters that were actually physically entered in for the search.
So would it be fair to say that at the beginning of each one, or almost all of them, it either says visited or searched?
Yes.
Now, throughout your investigation, as you indicated, you were able to analyze and go through all of these records, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention, I believe it's to the last page in your group exhibit, going back to December 25th, 2017, where there are some specific searches that you believed were relevant to this investigation.
Yes.
And what was the first search that you believed was relevant? What date and time?
So the first search was December 25th, 2017. Now the time on these is military time. So this search displays 3:04 in the morning. The search was search for was killing more accepted centuries ago. And then it'll show you at the bottom, this is specifically searched. So the keys that were entered is right at the bottom. Was plus killing more accepted centuries ago. That's how it was typed into the search.
Now, just so we're clear, Deputy, I see there's a pop out of the line. Is that correct? On the screen in the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, that's how we made the PowerPoint.
And is this line 2869 is what's popped out right now, showing the jury an exact replication of that full line?
Yes.
And is that so the same for this entire presentation?
Yes.
So just to be clear, when you look at the end of this search and it says was plus killing plus more plus accepted plus centuries plus ago, the actual words in between the pluses is what is actually searched?
Yes.
Now, was there another search on that same date on December 25th, 2017 that was searched?
Yes.
And what time was that at?
So this is also at 3:04 in the morning. The search was was killing more accepted centuries ago. And then you can see down at the bottom how it was typed into the search bar.
Sorry.
That's fine.
I'll just go to the next one. And if you go up, if we're starting later in time and going earlier in time, and this brings us to around the period of January 5th, 2018, is that correct?
Yes.
And on this page, what searches did you feel were relevant to this investigation?
So on January 5th, 2018, at 2:53 in the morning, there was a specific searched for characteristics of cheating women. So again, at the bottom, you can see what characters were typed in. Characteristics plus cheating women, a woman.
Now, and Deputy, you're familiar with Google?
Yes.
And it is a search engine, correct?
Yes.
And generally, when you go to the search engine, somebody can type in a search.
Yes.
And after you type in a search, what appears?
You'll have selections that'll appear, like different sites you can choose from that.
And I'll go to the next one here. On that same date, was there a site that was visited that you felt was relevant to this investigation?
Yes, so after that, there's another search, same date, January 5th, 2018, at 2:54 in the morning. This is a visited site. So the visited site was truthaboutdeception.com, cheating and infidelity, stats about infidelity, cheating dash wife, and then you can see at the bottom it's that's how it was typed in.
Well, and this is a visited site, correct?
Yes.
Just so that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are clear, the way that Google works is you put in somebody has to type in an actual search.
Correct.
And then after that, different websites or different links pop up.
Yes, and you can visit those links.
So anytime these records say visited, that means that somebody would have clicked on those sites to look at them.
Correct.
And we'll go to the next one here, and this was at 3:05 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And what was this visited site?
Psychologytoday.com, blog, Love and Sex in the Digital Age, Women Who Cheat Relationships.
And after that, at approximately, or at the time of 3:11 and 53 seconds on that same date, was there another visited site?
Yes, so it was 6 traits almost every cheating woman has.
And I'll go to the next line here at 3:15 and 44 seconds on that same date. What was the visited site at that time?
So it's love, sex, signs, women cheating, cheat, intelligent, clever, educated.
And after that, at 3:17 and 6 seconds on that same date, what was the visited site?
16 facts about cheating women.
And at 3:17 and 35 on that same date, what was visited?
16 facts about cheating women.
At 3:18:40, what was what was searched?
Yeah, so on January 5th, 2018, at 3:18, it was searched for what did ancient cultures do to infidelity?
And after that, was there another search?
Yeah, search for did ancient cultures kill adulterers?
And that was at what time?
3:20 in the morning.
And at 3:20 and 19 seconds, what was visited?
So right after that, a site was visited, adultery.
And now I'm going to go now and jump a little bit to January 8th, 2018, where there's some additional searches that you believe were relevant to the investigation.
Yes.
And
so on this date, January 8th, 2018, at 2:08 in the morning, there was what was searched was search for thrill of the kill.
and that was actually typed in.
Correct, yes.
And after that, on that same date, at what time was there another search?
2:23 in the morning, searched for thrill of the hunt.
And what is this search of?
So this is going to be on January 8th as well, at 2:26 in the morning. Search for famous quote, no thrill like that of hunting man.
And is this another search on that same date?
Yep, same date, January 8th, 2018 at 2:31 in the morning. Search for, once you hunt man, you will always feel the thirst. And at the bottom, you can see how those characters were typed in.
And on that same date, was this another relevant search?
Yes.
And visited site, what was visited?
Yes, January 2018, 2:50 a.m., visited. Once you hunt man, you always feel the thirst.
Now, officer, this is when we go back and look at like the page of the searches, there are some that are not highlighted. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
And can you just briefly talk about the ones before and after the searched ones?
Yes, so I highlighted the ones we're displaying. The search history before and after, I took note that on the same day, within that time frame of them searches, you're going to see a lot of searches related to guns, hunting, gleaner combines, ag talk, and other searches related to farming.
And even though we're not highlighting all of those searches, and we don't want to go over all of them because of timing, those are also listed in the same way as the ones we're highlighting.
Yes.
They indicate times and dates.
Times, dates.
And they also indicate visited or search sites.
Yes.
Now I'm going to direct your attention up here to January 21st, 2018. What is this search, the date and time, and what is this search?
So January 21st, 2018 at 3:26 in the morning, searched for how to make sure your kids are yours.
And you see what is actually typed in down there?
At the bottom, yes.
And what is this search?
January 21st, 2018 at 3:27 in the morning. Searched for tests to show if your biological father.
And again, the search after with the pluses indicates the actual words typed in.
Correct.
Was there a search at approximately 3:28 and 26 seconds?
Yes.
And what is this search of?
DNAtesting.com. What do my results mean?
I'm sorry, I misspoke. This is a visited site, correct?
Yes, this is a visited site.
And line 2598, what was this search for?
January 21st, 2018, 3:33 in the morning. Search for how to test DNA at home.
And at 3:35 and 24 seconds, what was searched?
Search for how to do a DNA test without the father knowing.
And at 3:38 and 4 seconds on that same day, what was visited?
DNAtesting.com. Discreetly doing a DNA test without consent possible.
And again, there's other searches above and beyond the highlighted ones, correct?
Yes.
And in this slide, if you look at the search directly below the highlighted ones at 3:16:54 on that same day, what is searched for?
Hunting bows?
It actually indicates search for Oneida Bose Phoenix, correct?
Yes.
Oneida. Oneida.
Yes.
And above the highlighted searches, at 4 a.m. and 10 seconds on that same day, what is searched?
Search for longest distance of how bow and arrow.
I'm going to go to the next slide here. And on May 10th, 2018, was there a search at 1:15 a.m. and 1 second?
Yes.
And what was searched on that date?
So that was searched for what happens to cheaters in history.
And you see there what was actually typed in.
Yes, at the bottom you can see the characters that were typed in.
And at 1:15 and 34 on that same date of May 10th, 2018, was a site visited.
Yes.
And what site was that?
The Making of a Cheater.
At 1:39 and 22 seconds on May 10th, 2018, was there a visited site?
Yes.
And what site was that?
So it was once a cheater, always a cheater, marriage therapist weigh in.
And that was a Huffington Post.
Yes.
On that same date of May 10th, 2018, at 1:43 and 20, was there a search?
Yes.
And what was the search?
Search for what happened to cheating spouses in historic Aztec tribe.
At 1:43 and 32 seconds on that same date, was there a visited site after that?
Yes.
And what site was that?
Real History, www.com. World History, Ancient American Aztec History.
And at 1:57:20 on that same date, was there another visited site?
Yes.
And what was that?
www.aztechhistory.com.
At 1:59 and 57 seconds on that same date, was there an additional search?
Yes, so this was specifically search for killing unfaithful women. You can see at the bottom the specific characteristics that were typed into the search.
And at 2 a.m. and 49 seconds, was there a visited site after that?
Yes.
And what was that visited site?
So this was www.nytimes.com. Punishment is 18 months for killing cheating wife.
And at 2:02 and 24 seconds on that same date, was there a visited site after that?
Yes.
And what was that?
This one is www.baltimoreesun.com news. PH-Ag murder trial opening.
At 2:05 and 43 seconds, was there an additional visited site on that same date?
Yes.
And what was the site visited?
Crimes of passion.
And at 2:13:36, was there a search conducted on that date?
Yes.
And what was the search for?
Search for human overpopulation solutions.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to the date of July 13th, 2018. On that date, at 10:56:14, was there a search?
Yes.
And what is that search?
Search for, are some people less buoyant than others?
And just seconds later, was there a site visited?
Yes.
And what site was that?
That's www.scientificamerica.com article, muscle versus fat.
And about two and a half minutes later, is there an additional site visited?
Yes.
And what site visited is that?
So www.theregister.co.uk, the Odd Body Swimming.
And about 3 minutes after that, was there another visited site?
Yes.
And what is that visited site?
www.relaxandswim.com, buoyancy, physics and buoyancy.
And on that same date, July 13th, 2018, at 11:06:10, was there another visited site after that?
Yes, www.swim-teach.com, why does my body sink?
Now, if you go, and now we go to the highlighted searches on July 21st, 2018. And was there a search on that date at 1:43 a.m. and 39 seconds?
Yes.
And what was that search for?
Search for checking content of text messages on phone.
At 1:44 a.m. on that same date, was there a visited site?
Yes.
And what was that visited site?
Dr. Phone, Wondershare.com, get text message records from iOS.
At 1:47:10 on that same date, was there a visited site?
Yes.
And what was the visited site?
Forums, .att.com, data messaging features, internet, can my husband read my deleted text messages online?
On that same date at 1:48:42, was there a visited site after that?
Yes.
And what was that?
www.livestrong.com, one parent transcript, kids text messages.
At 1:53:07 on that date, was there a visited site?
Yes.
And what was that site?
www.vorce.com, eager to check those texts.
And on that same date at 1:55:26, was there a visited website?
Yes.
And what was that website?
securetracks.com.
And do you know what securetracks.com is? If you do.
No.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to the searches on July 26, 2018 at 14:43:50, which, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that military time is in actual time?
So it's 2:43 in the afternoon?
Was there a search on that date?
Yes.
And what was searched?
Search for Jerry Frazier, Anamosa?
And after that, was there a visited site?
Yes.
And what was that visited site?
Jerry Frazier, Anamosa, Iowa?
On that same date at 14:44, which would be 2:44, was there another search?
Yes.
And what was that search for?
Search for 22703 Fish House Road, Anamosa, Iowa, zip code 52205, which is Jerry Frazier's address.
Was there then a search on that same date at 2:48 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was the search? What was typed in?
Search for Christy Frazier.
And was there a visited site after that at 2:48:31?
Yes.
And what was the visited site?
www.mylife.com, Christy Frazier.
On that same date at 2:49 and 42 seconds, was there a visited site?
Yes.
And what was that visited site?
Twitter.com, Frazier Christy.
On that date, was there an additional visited site at 2:50?
Yes.
And what was that site?
It's a visited site, facebook.com, Christy Starsberg Frazier.
And on July 26, 2018 at 16:40, which would be 4:40, correct?
Yes.
Was there a search completed?
Yes.
And what was the search for?
Search for Christy Frazier employment.
And at 4:40 and 51 seconds, was there an additional search?
Yes.
And what was that?
Search for Christy Frazier, Anamosa, Iowa workplace.
At 4:41 and 2 seconds, was there a visited site after that?
Yes.
And what was that?
www.journaleureka.com, obituary articles.
At 4:42 and 33 seconds, was there something visited on that same date?
Yes.
And what was that?
This is www.manta.com, Rogers Concrete. That's where Christy Frazier works.
At 4:47 and 22 seconds on that same date, was there an additional visited site?
Yes.
And what was that for?
www.manta.com, Rogers Concrete.
Now, on August 9th, 2018, was there a search at at 5:38 and 25 seconds?
Yes.
And what was searched?
Search for what fraction of firearm incidents occur in the home.
And you see at the bottom there what was actually physically typed in.
Yes.
And when you look at the first highlighted search at the bottom, can you see what's below it
Yes.
and above it as well?
Yes, the search below it was searched dreamdirt.com, farmland prices in Iowa.
And that was the day before, correct?
Yes.
And then when you look at the one above it, that's the same day as the search we just talked about.
Yes.
And that was a few minutes after the search for what fraction of firearm incidents occur in the home.
Yes.
And what was that search at a few minutes later?
Search for example of elbow carry of firearm.
And on that same date, a few minutes later, at 5:46:30, was there a search completed?
Yes.
And what was the search for?
Search for degree, a zone of fire spans out in front of hunters.
Now, on August 9th, 2018, at 7:40 and 36 seconds, was there a search?
Yes.
And what was the search for?
Search for how long you can survive without food.
And after that, at 7:41, was there a visited site?
Yes.
And what was that site?
How many days can you survive without water?
Was there a visited site at 7:41 on that same date?
Yes.
And what was that for?
How many days you cannot survive without water?
At 7:42 and 24 seconds on August 9th, 2018, was there a search completed?
Yes.
And what was that search for?
Search for how long you can survive without water.
And you can actually see what was actually typed there in the bottom?
Yes.
In between those pluses?
Yep. Yes.
On August 9th, 2018, was there a search at 7:44 and 48 seconds?
Yes.
What was actually searched?
Search for what lost in extreme cold, no fire, which is best way to survive.
At 7:45 and 40 seconds on August 9th, 2018, was there a search?
Yes.
And what was the search?
Search for heat stroke symptoms.
Was there a visited site on that same date at 7:46 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was that visited site?
Heat stroke symptoms and treatment.
On that same date at 7:46 and 8 seconds, what was the visited site?
Heat stroke symptoms and treatment.
At 7:46, was there an additional visited site?
Yes.
And what was that site?
Heat exhaustion.
At 7:47:34, on that same date, August 9th, 2018, was there a search?
Yes.
And what was the search for?
Search for proper way to treat heat stroke.
Was there a visited site after that on the same date at 7:47 and 39 seconds?
Yes.
And what was that?
www.huntered.com, Indiana, study guide, heat exhaustion and heat stroke.
Was there a search completed at 7:49 and 2 seconds on that same date?
Yes.
And what was the search?
Search for what is the best way to stop severe bleeding, hunter safety.
On that same date at 7:49 and 23 seconds, what was the visited site?
Hunter's Ed Week 2 flashcards.
On that same date at 7:50 and 17 seconds, what was searched?
Search for correct treatment for 2nd and 3rd degree burns.
Was there a visited site after that at 7:50 and 45 seconds?
Yes.
What was the visited site?
Burns, first aid burns.
Was there a search completed on that same date at 7:53 and 27 seconds?
Yes.
What was searched?
Search for what to do with large open chest wound.
On that same date at 7:54:12, was there a visited site?
Yes.
What was the visited site?
www.gems.com, articles, print, volume 38, issues-8, patient care, treating sucking chest wounds and other.
And was there a search completed on that same date at 7:55 and 54 seconds?
Yes.
And what was that search for?
Search for skin, cold, clammy, pale, pulse rapid, shallow breathing.
And again, those were the words that were actually typed in.
Yes.
On November 6, 2018, were there some searches that were just 4 days prior to Amy's murder?
Yes.
On November 6, 2018, was there a search completed at 1:45:57?
Yes.
And what was actually typed in and searched?
So that's 1:45 in the morning. Search for organs in the body.
Now, a moment ago, you talked about physically looking in this iPad, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that when you went to Google and you pressed the search area of Google, drop-down menu came up?
Yes.
And you saw some of the prior history on that iPad.
Yes.
And is this the search that you indicated to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you saw organs of the body?
Yes.
And it was from that same date?
Yes.
After that search, was there a visited site at 1:47 a.m. on November 6, 2018?
Yes.
And what was that visited site?
Organ anatomy.
Was there a visited site after that at 1:48 a.m. on that same date?
Yes.
And what was that visited site?
Body organs, maps, and diagrams.
Deputy, is the Mullis farm located in Delaware County?
Yes.
Now, at some point, you are aware, and you, I believe, saw the rake that was recovered in this incident.
Yes.
Did you ever perform any type of DNA on that rake?
No.
Why not?
I actually inquired the DCI lab, that's the main lab that we use to test evidence. I inquired about touch DNA evidence. they had advised me that touch DNA evidence they no longer do because of its inconsistencies. And also about latent fingerprints. A type of instrument like that with the texture, there's obtaining latent fingerprints off of a device like that is not possible.
Additionally, did throughout your 3.5-month investigation, was Todd Mullis your main suspect?
Yes.
And did you have information that Todd had touched the rake?
Yes, he told us that.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor.
I think I can begin and do some preliminary things, but I think considering time, I'd like to take a break because there's a lot of this stuff we'd like to focus on so I can be more effective in the cross-examination.
Yeah, that's fine. We can take our morning break at this point in time. Folks, we'll try to keep this to 10 or 15 minutes. Remember the admonition, report back to the jury room.
All rise for the jury.
Okay. Let us get to, before we get to the cross, which looks like we have it. This was the direct for Deputy Travis Hemsath. So this was interesting, but we'll go through it and I'll show you, or we'll talk about my thoughts. I also have, for those that were with us on New Year's Eve, we played a game, and we played Trivial Pursuit, and I went through the winners, and I found we have 4 winners, but I'll talk about that at the end of the show, and we're going to give away memberships to our Patreon to these 4. So stick around for that, but let's get through this first. All right, so Deputy Travis Hemsath. He went to the farm around 5:30 p.m. To check out the. He was briefed by Detective Luke Thompson. They went to the farm around 5:30. The family was in the house, so they went to the red shed. He took over the processing of the door width. He looked at the area where Amy was found. It's about 30 inches wide. So let me make myself a little bit bigger for this presentation. All right. All right. So, okay. So 30 inches. Let's see. All right. This is 30 inches. Let me see. Back up far enough. All right. That's 30 inches. So that's where she was found. I mean, that's the. Yep. Sorry, making myself dizzy. All right. So that's the space in which she was found. All right. So, just so we have kind of a, because I thought, God, 30 inches is such a small amount. I'm thinking 30 inches, but it's not that, it is pretty big. But she had a rake in her back, so. All right, so he looked at Amy's positioning, and so she was faced as if she was facing out towards the exit with the rake in her back, and that's what Tristan said as well. She was on her hands and knees, and it was as if she was coming out. So whoever did this was behind her in the shed with a rake. Maybe she's trying to run away and she's getting stabbed, and then she's going out the door. All right, yeah, the rake was positioned back towards the dog crate. So he was looking for any indication of a fall. He didn't see any signs that she had fallen onto the rake. And again, that's not very plausible, but again, Todd's just grasping at straws. He didn't say, oh, definitively I saw her fall. He just says she was dizzy, he sees a rake sticking out of her, and he thinks the only thing he can think of is that she fell on a rake. So when you walk in, you take a left and then a right, and then you go down, and there's a little alleyway, if you will. It's 30 inches wide. And about 30 paces down, then that's where the pet carrier was. And you guys saw the pictures of that. Detective Hemsath said there was no footprints out in the snow. There was no blood outside either. And then he viewed the hog farms for cameras, and he didn't see any. He said he attended the autopsy, but they didn't really stick around for that. Maybe they'll talk about that later. They'll bring him back. then he connected, they did 19 search warrants. They conducted search warrants for all electronics and a messaging between Amy, Todd, and Tristan. And then he took a bunch of pictures of the farm, and he sent, or I'm sorry, one of them was the aerial view of the farm, which I thought was good. We want to see the aerial view. So again, they said it's about 30 yards from the shed to the hog barn. So at first we thought, Todd was only gone for like a minute and a half, and there's no way somebody could run 30 yards, stab somebody, and then run back and then not be out of breath all in a minute and a half. I just don't see that happening. But then Tristan said, well, he was gone. His dad, Todd, was gone for an undisclosed amount of time. So now it seems like Todd could have done that. But it had to happen between, well, we'll get to that because we know the time frame. I won't jump ahead. All right. So they showed photos of the farm, barns, and shed. They measured the distance, 30 inches. They located cell phones, iPad, 2 laptops, guns, and a camera. There was a camera in the hog barn, and there was a recorder in the office. So when I first heard that, I'm like, oh yes, we've got surveillance footage. So that will definitely show who did it. The one camera angle was displaying the center of the yard. The other was displaying the red shed. So again, I'm thinking, great, they've got, they're gonna. We'll see who did it. So all devices were recovered, and the iPad was located in the tractor, which I thought was interesting. The iPad had a passcode. At first, they asked Todd what the passcode was, and he was hesitant, but then he asked his lawyer, and they said yes. So they got the DVR system from the office, and they conducted analysis. In the red shed, there was no video from the camera. They're not sure if it was deleted or just didn't record. So there goes my whole. I was like, oh man. So what would have been for sure? And of course, if it was Todd, he would have deleted it or just not recorded. Let's see. So this was interesting. So the only camera that was working was from October 29th to November 10th, and that's the day of what happened. And then it picks back up again on November 11th. So there was no recording from October 29th to November 10th. And then we know the last message from Amy's phone was at 10:14 to Jerry, and then a 911 call was at 12:01. So the time frame is between 10:14 and 12. So somewhere roughly between 10 to 12 in the morning. And then Todd was arrested 3.5 months afterwards. They did look at Jerry Frazier as a suspect, and they also looked at the wife. Jerry's cell phone was pinging between 10:40 and 1 o'clock, and it was about a 45-minute drive. So if her last text is at 10:14 and then his phone is pinging at 10:40, there's no way he could have driven 45 miles. So they let him go. So they got the iPad, and they got search warrants for the iPad and the contents. Now the iPad is connected to Todd's Gmail account, and only his Gmail account. So they got a search warrant from 2017 to the present date, which would have been November. Well, I guess November, December, January-ish, I guess, of 2019. They got this. So there were 700 pages of data, but only 11 pages came back that were specific to Todd's account. And then here's where they do the UTC thing, and this just annoys me to no end. So he does all these searches, and there's a lot that are really definitely not. Are off the charts. But when he's searching they're saying 3 a.m. UTC, you got to back it up at least 8 hours. So that's actually like 8 in the evening. It's not 3 o'clock in the morning. So a lot of these searches were done, 6, 7, 8 o'clock. I don't know, man. I think that could have been done by anybody. I think it could have been done by Tristan. Some of these searches were weird, but some of these, I don't like the fact that they did not get the UTC right. That really does bother me. Because as a juror, you're sitting there thinking, oh, he did this at 3 o'clock in the morning, he must be guilty. No, he did this at like 8 o'clock in the evening. He was not up at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning doing these searches. He was up at 7, 8, 9 o'clock in the evening doing these searches. Or whoever was doing those searches. Could have been somebody else. I don't know. I'm not sold that it was Todd, but some of these searches are kind of damning. But don't forget that Tristan loved his father, knew about the cheating going on with his parents, Just saying. So some of the searches: search for was killing more accepted centuries ago. Search for characteristics of cheating women. Search for how to make sure your kids are yours. That one's a little weird. Search for what happens to cheaters in history. Search for offing unfaithful women. Now, granted, would Tristan be typing that in, or would that be Todd? I would think maybe that would be more Todd. Crime of passion. That probably would be Todd, not Tristan. Searched or visited forums. Can my husband read my deleted texts? All right, I would say that would be Todd. That wouldn't be Tristan doing that. Search for Jerry Frazier. That could have been both Todd or Tristan. Search. Okay, then here's where it gets weird. Search for how long can you survive without food. At least he put in how and not house. How long can you survive without food? Now remember, Tristan's a hunter and a fisher too. He likes to hunt. He likes to fish. And this was done at 19 UTC, so back off another 6. So this was done at 13. So this is like 1 in the, this is done like 1 in the afternoon, not at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night. And this was all in August. So again, keep in mind, Tristan is also a hunter. So search for proper way to treat heat stroke. This is on August 9th in Iowa. Search for organs in the body. Here's where it gets weird. This was November 6th, so this is a couple days before, 4 days before. Search for thrill of kill. Definitely very odd. That was in August. Search for once you hunt man, you will always feel the thirst. Definitely very odd. That one is odd. Visited truth about deception, cheating and infidelity. I don't think that's Tristan. Visited Psychology Today, love and sex in the digital age, women who cheat relationships. So I don't think that was Tristan either. So I think some of these could have been Tristan, you guys. I think some of these are definitely Todd, or not definitely, but seem to be Todd. Some of these I can see being Tristan. He searched for was killing more acceptable centuries ago. Very odd search. Visited websites about cheating with wives and women. And again, an odd search. Ancient cultures and adulterers. January search, how to make sure your kids are yours. DNA testing. Then he searched for bow and arrow searches. Again, is he going to hunter? I don't know. Search for what happens to cheaters in history. Then he searched about this. The Odd Body Swimming website was visited. And then he searched a couple times about bodies floating and stuff like that. Again, that could have been Tristan. Searched, let's see. Can my husband read my deleted text messages online? That would probably be Dad, not Tristan. Then he went to securetracks.com, and the detective or deputy did not know what site that was. He's like, do you know what that site is? He's like, I don't know. There was a search for Jerry Frazier. He visited 411.info, found Jerry's address, visited Twitter and Facebook of Christy Frazier, who is the wife. Again, that's probably Todd. Could be Tristan. Could be, but probably Todd. And then he went to Obituary's article. And I know, Julie, you were saying what obituary was he looking at? He just went to Obituary's article. Was not a actual person. Then he went to Monta and then Rogers Concrete, which is where Christy worked. So remember, his mom said, his stepmom said, when asked, what should I do, stepmom, she said, I would confront the wife. So maybe he's following up on what stepmom said he should do. Then he looked for how long can you live without food and water, best way to survive in extreme cold and no fire, heat stroke and heat exhaustion. Again, that could have been Tristan. I'm not sold that he was doing that and that he was planning to off Amy that way. I think that could have just been Tristan because he loved to hunt. That's one of the things he said. What are some of your things you like to do? I like to hunt. I like to fish. Straight away. Not like, I like to draw or I like to paint or I like to swim. And, by the way, I like to hunt. Straight away, I like to hunt. So if you're a hunter, you're going to find out how long can I survive without food? How long can I survive in extreme cold and no fire? So again, here's where it gets weird. November 6th, he searched for organs in the body, then body organs, maps, and diagrams. That's pretty odd. That definitely is not. That's weird. That I agree with. That's odd. And then this was interesting. The deputy said no, touch DNA is no longer used due to its inconsistency. And that was in 2018, 2019. So they were talking about that then. Todd was always the main suspect. They looked at other people, not a lot of other people, 2 or 3 other people. All right. So do you guys have any questions? Did I miss anything from? Oh, I want to say, yeah, Groovy Cheryl, thank you for the cups of coffee. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. Let's see. I'm hung up on that UTC code because as a juror, that's false information. Isn't that grounds for an appeal? You're given false information. I don't care if it's 5 years before the act or not. That's false information. And as a juror, I want the correct data. So that's what I'm hung up on that right now. So I will get over it, or maybe I won't. I don't know. Let's see how this goes. All right, we're going to come back to hopefully the cross. Seems like it's the cross of Deputy Travis here. And it says we're on day 3, but it should be day 2. At least that's what the.
Please be.
It's funny. That's what the headline or the title of this shows is is day 3, but I don't think it is. Anyway, all right. Let's let me know, guys. Let me know if you guys have any questions. Yeah, Jenny, you're using Touch DNA and Koberger. Yeah, well, I thought that was kind of interesting as well. Okay. Let's get you back into the court.
Be seated, everyone. Okay, Ms. Hughes, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Agent, you just, prior to our lunch break, you summarized a part of your interview with the defendant where you indicated to him for the first time that this was a homicide. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was a clip of that portion of your interview on the disc that you gave me prior to your testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to be allowed to publish clip 2 on State's Exhibit number 113.
Go ahead.
I mean, there's a couple pains back here, so, but that's where she was. Okay, we've completed our investigation at this point, and the case studies clearly shows that you're responsible for Amy's death.
All right, sorry guys, that was the wrong clip. I am going to play you the correct clip. Again, this is you just got to bear with me on these because they're not in order, so I'm just kind of doing my best trying to piece this together. So just bear with me while we sort this out. This one will be, hopefully this is the correct clip. Seems like it is. All right.
Please.
Ugh. Dang it.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. Just bear with me for a moment, guys. Let me get this right.
Please be.
Okay. Okay. This one should be the right one.
Seated. Mr. Firehelm, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy, during your direct testimony, you indicated a couple different times, I think, that you said where the body was. this is where you were told the body was, right?
Yes.
And that was provided ultimately, or the source of that information would have come from probably Tristan, right?
Yes, Tristan told Deputy Luke Thompson, and then Deputy Luke Thompson told me.
All right. And your examination of the shed, we'll keep calling it that, consisted of a walk around, and then you went through and looked for places where someone might have fell and struck their head or left some blood or something like that. Is that how I understood you to say?
Yes.
And you didn't find anything like that?
I just found 2 drops of blood, and that was in the placement where Amy was said to be located.
If I could ask the state to please pull up Exhibit 111, the aerial. May I go up there, Your Honor?
Yes, go right ahead.
I want to ask you about those cameras. There was a camera on this barn?
No.
Which one?
South barn.
This one?
Just to north of the loading chute.
In this area?
Yes.
And where was the other camera?
They were both on where your finger was.
Here?
Yep.
Just angled at different angles?
Yes.
And the recording equipment was over either in this area or in the main shop?
Yes.
Okay. And only one of the, well, let me check my notes. You said one of the cameras was pointed in the direction of the shed.
Yes, one of the cameras was pointed right at the red shed where Amy was found, the shed with a 1 on it.
Okay. And the other one was pointed where?
The other one was pointed, there's a semi in the yard, you can see that right there. The coverage, the video covered those 3 grain bins right in between where number 12 is on the picture, and it covered a view of the yard. You could see the shop. I actually viewed a feed truck filling them grain bins. So those grain bins are actually to the south of where that office is in the North Hog building. So if anybody, anybody that would come out.
And the camera that would show towards the shed, there was nothing on it.
No, we weren't able to obtain any video from that camera.
And the other direction, September 11th through October 29.
Yes.
And then there was some after November 10th.
The video resumed recording on November 11th, the day after the homicide, to November 15th. And then we seized the unit on the 16th.
But that's the one that wouldn't show the shed.
It would show the travel path to and from the red shed.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to apologize in advance if I butcher some of these terms, because I'm not so educated about all this technology. The Exhibit 105, that was the long list of searches and visits that you just got done testifying about. Where did those searches, what device did those searches come from?
iPad.
All of them?
All of them, yes.
How do you know that?
Because I sent a search warrant to Google, and the indicator on that search warrant was his Todd Mullis 76 at gmail.com. That is the indicator for that device, the account on that device. So when you receive the results back, you can see in the list of searches that's consistent with the search history, because the device physically had organs of the body on it. The records that I received, organs of the body, is in the material. That's the only email account associated with that iPad. That's how I know that those searches are from that iPad, because you have to enter an indicator, if you would say that, of that Google account. That makes sense.
Did you also conduct what's known as a Celebrite exam of the iPad?
Yes.
And tell the jury, please, what a Celebrite exam is.
So a Celebrite exam is, I take the physical unit and I hook it to a machine, and it extracts all of the physical data that's on the machine to like an external device so I can view it. And it doesn't disrupt any of the stuff that is still stored on the machine, like contacts, phone calls, text messages, things of that nature.
Even deleted material?
Not always.
Sometimes?
Sometimes.
Okay. Have you made a comparison between the Celebrite, and I think the term that a lot of people use is a Celebrite dump, where it sucks all that information out of a device? Have you made a comparison between the Celebrite dump on Todd's iPad and 105 to see if they're the same?
I don't know if I physically did that or not.
And if there's all these searches are not on that Celebrite dump, what would that tell us?
These are the Google searches from the iPad. The ones I obtained from Google with the authentication letter, these are the searches from the iPad.
Isn't it possible for someone to log in to someone's Todd Mullis 76 at gmail.com from another device?
Yes, you can log into an email, any device, sure, yes.
For instance, if my assistant down here, we each have a laptop in our office, and she came in and logged in, it would look like I was making a search, right?
I don't know if that would track your Google history. I think your Google history is machine specific.
But if you log in to...
You can log into your email on any device.
Right.
That's just your email. That Google offers a service, which is email. You can have email, but as far as logging into somebody else's device and then showing that search history on that device, I don't believe that's possible.
Well, if I understand your testimony or what you're telling the jury here today is that all these searches were made by Todd Mullis off that iPad.
Yes.
And all of these you believe either relate to combines and farming, or to these suspicious searches about ancient history of cheating people and stuff like that.
Yes.
Okay. A moment, Your Honor. I'm going to go through 105 and pick out a few searches or visits, and I would ask the state to please pull up. I'm looking at July 19th, 2018, and the time shown is 2:49 and 18. Your Honor, may I approach while they're looking for that?
Yes, go ahead.
You have your list there, Deputy?
Yes.
On the page at the bottom, July 18th at 2:07. You see that one?
Yes.
Okay, go up from there about 11 lines. What's that search?
Is this July 19th, 2018 at 2:46 a.m.?
Yes.
Search for wedding rings for women.
What's the next one up?
www.rothjewelers.com.
Next one up.
Search for design a wedding ring.
At 2:51:34. A couple more up.
Search for design a wedding ring.
The next four on the above that.
Design.kdiamonds.com.
And there's other jewelry ones in between.
Yes.
If you go up to the top four, just tell us what those four are on that page.
They look like bridal searches. www.chicboutiqueny.com.
So, if I understand you correctly, all these searches are being done from Todd Mullis's iPad,
Yes.
and he's searching for wedding dresses and wedding rings.
There are searches that are in relation to his employment, to his hobbies, to his interests, and to items that he physically owns. Yes.
I didn't ask you that. You're telling the jury that Mr. Mullis is looking for wedding rings and designing diamonds and going to wedding boutiques.
We could be shopping for something of that such.
Or somebody else could be doing these searches, right?
It's possible, but not probable.
Off a different device. Amy Mullis.
Off of a different device? No. These searchers are from the iPad.
So if we take a time out here and have you compare the Celebrite dump, we're going to find every one of these searches on that Celebrite dump.
As I explained before in my testimony, when you click on the Google browser, it's going to give you a short list of search items. So 10, 12, 15. And they drop off after a while because the system does not store all those. I performed a search warrant through Google associated with Todd Mullis's email. I got a return back for all the Google searches that were performed on that machine. Now on that iPad, when you get into the Google search bar and you click on it, you can see your last 10 to 15 Google searches. I seen organs of the body. When I received my warrant back from Google, you can see on the 700 pages that I received back, organs of the body is in my list, in my packet I received from Google. I also received a letter of authentication from Google with them records to indicate those are the searches from the iPad.
How many pages was the Celebrite dump?
That went on a flash drive, so I didn't print that out, but it's on an external storage device.
But I don't think you answered my question. If we compare the Celebrite dump, which we have right here, with Exhibit 105, they should be the same.
It depends on if the Cellbrite dump, you would say, pulled the internet history. Sometimes Cellbrite dumps don't pull internet history. Like I had stated before, when you manually download a phone or a device using Cellbrite,
Sir,
it pulls contacts, text messages, phone calls.
Excuse me.
Objection, Judge. He needs to allow him to finish the answer.
Well, he didn't exactly answer it. I'm going to let counsel ask another question. You'll get a chance to redirect. Go ahead.
Let me check for a few more here, just a second. On July 15th, 2018, this would be at the very top of the, well, not, it's one line down from the top of the page. You find that?
Yes.
What's that a search for?
Search for Zales.com.
Zales is a diamond place, isn't it?
Yes.
Next one down.
That was a search for www.pinterest.com.
What's Pinterest?
I'd have to ask my wife. I don't use Pinterest, I guess.
Okay. But you're saying Mr. Mullis did off his iPad?
The records show that the iPad searched that. Yes.
And then you talked about some there, below there, about swimming and floating and so forth. Below that, July 9th, 1750-54. What's that one?
This was a search for Lady Antebellum. We owned the night.
Singing group, right?
Country, yes.
Okay. Further down, there's Carrie Underwood.
Yes. Also a country artist.
Do you see any in here for the American Inn in Newton, Iowa?
Yes.
Did you coincide that with any of the investigation as to Amy Mullis's travels during the summer of 2018?
I'd have to look back to compare dates.
Do you know if Mr. Mullis ever went to the American Inn in Newton, Iowa?
I do not know that.
And we can, well, one of these that you testified about going back to January 21st of 18 at 3:35.
What was the date again?
January 21 at 3:35:24. What's that one?
This is a search for how to do a DNA test without the father knowing.
Dangerous question, I suppose. But why would Todd Mullis do a search like that?
I don't know.
Unless someone else did.
Objection. Is that a question?
Is it possible someone else did?
It's possible, but it's not probable.
I want to talk to you about some of the times that you've given. What's UTC mean on this printout?
Central Standard Time.
If the internet tells you you're wrong, would you disagree?
Can you ask that again? I guess I've never had the internet tell me I'm wrong.
Have you ever researched that UTC is the successor to Greenwich Meridian Time, GMT?
Okay. I've never searched that, no.
And that to obtain the time in the different time zones that in the central United States, during daylight savings time, you would subtract 5 hours to get the correct time.
Okay.
So these times you're saying 2:30 in the morning, 3:30 in the morning. If you subtract 5 hours, it's being done in the evening.
Objection, is there a question pending, Judge?
Mr. Firehelm, go ahead, ask a question.
Do you understand this UTC concept?
No.
So if you don't understand it, then could your times be off?
I went by the times on displayed on the search history.
The UTC time, as it's shown on there?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you, you went through and talked about searches or visits that seem to talk about cheating and infidelity and ancient history dealing with issues like that and so forth. And I think you worked up and then it switched off to some searches about Jerry Frazier. Does that kind of track with the flow of your questions and answers?
Yes.
And that Frazier searches, I believe, were happening in mid to late July.
I'd have to check the date, but yes, the searches were completed.
Okay. In your review of 105 and the whole body of searches, were there similar types of searches about infidelity and cheating and so forth that were occurring, let's say, after the end of July?
I believe there's some in August. I'd have to read through all these again, but I know within what we have, there are searches related to that.
And then the one you found particularly interesting was on November 6th, I think, the one about body organs.
Yes.
And was there anything unique about that day as it relates to this case in terms of Amy Mullis, Todd Mullis, and
It's 4 days before the homicide.
did you also learn it was also a day that she had a medical procedure done?
It could have been.
Okay. So if someone's going to have a medical procedure done, they might search a medical's website or a, whatever you want to call it. Possible?
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah.
Okay. You went through a grouping that seemed to deal with hunter safety. Remember that?
Yes.
I guess, do you believe that for Todd Mullis being what appears to be a very active hunter, fisherman, that kind of thing, would those be unusual?
As it relates to being a hunter,
Right.
I just know there's searches of hunter education within his searches. I mean, that's not unusual for a hunter, I guess.
I'm just asking, the ones that you talked about, whether or not those were suspicious searches or why they're being emphasized.
We just created a cluster of the searches that we felt should be displayed that are relevant and with the whole picture of things.
Do you know if any of the Mullis children were involved in any hunter safety courses or anything like that?
I don't.
All right, I think that's all I have for now, sir. Thanks.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Deputy, just so that we're clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you physically looked at this iPad, correct?
Yes.
And based on your understanding of what Cellbrite is or what you indicated, it is whatever is on the device at that time.
Yes. Basically, what you're doing is your cell phone or your iPad, you're transferring whatever is on that machine physically onto an external device so you can view it.
Is that sometimes commonly known as a dump, a cell phone or iPad
Yes.
dump?
Yes.
And as the defense attorney asked you, sometimes deleted material is on there,
Sometimes there is,
and sometimes there isn't.
and sometimes there isn't.
And
Sometimes you have internet history transfer over, and sometimes you don't.
the internet history that you received connected to this Gmail account spanned approximately, was it almost 18 months or around that amount of time?
The results I got back from Google?
Yes.
Yes, from 2017 to the present.
And you
date.
actually executed a search warrant for the specific account of Todd Mullis 76 at gmail.com.
Yes,
And for searches related to that Gmail account and that Google account also, correct?
yes,
And Todd Mullis has a flip phone, correct?
correct. And that
and-
does not have internet.
You learned that Amy Mullis had a phone
Yes,
and that she had a specific Gmail account.
she did, yes.
And that was mullisrn at gmail.com.
Yes,
And you also executed a search warrant for that Gmail account and those searches as well.
yes.
And you were able in your investigation, analyze the data that you received.
Yes,
Now, counsel asked you a lot about searches about bridal, I think it was a bridal place, and wedding rings. You recall those?
yes,
And there are some searches on the records that you talked about that do have some of those things, correct?
yes,
None of those are directly before or directly after the cluster of searches that we highlighted to the jury.
no,
And he also asked you about UTC time, correct?
yes,
The thing that was most significant about the searches was the item searched, correct?
yeah, it's content.
And then also what was searched in succession.
Yes. Before and after, yes.
Now, Amy Mullis, in your investigation, was an RN nurse, correct?
Correct, yes,
And you learned that she had a simple procedure on November 6, 2018.
yes,
And that was nothing to do with her organs.
correct, yes.
Nothing further.
Any recross?
If Amy had the password to the iPad, could she then go in and do searches on the Mullis account?
Yeah, if you have a password to an iPad, you can go in and do searches on the machine, sure.
And that would show up on 105 then?
Yeah, whatever searches are done on that machine, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you determine whether or not Amy had that password to the iPad?
I don't know if she had it or not.
Okay. But what you just said, I think I understood you, is if she had it, she could get on the iPad and do searches.
Objection asked and answered.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Yes, if you have a password to a device, yeah, you can get on it and do a search.
Kind of like my example of Christy getting on my laptop at work.
Objection, cumulative judge, and he's already answered the question.
I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
Please re-ask the question.
If Christy got on my laptop at the office, she could do searches and it would come up on my search history.
Yes, if she got on your laptop, she could search the internet on your laptop.
Knowing my password to get in.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. Another witness for the state?
John Turbet.
Right up this way, please. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name and spell it, please.
John Turbet, that's Jon. Last name is Turbet, Turbet.
B-E-T-T.
Go ahead, counsel.
So what area, right. Sir, what area did you grow up in?
I actually was born and raised in Cedar Rapids, and I've lived in Dubuque for about the last 20 years.
Did you graduate from high school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you graduate from high school?
Kennedy High School.
Did you receive any additional schooling after that?
Yes, I have a 4-year degree, a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science, and a law degree from the University of Iowa College of Law.
And what is your current occupation?
I've been employed by the Iowa Department of Public Safety for 19 years, specifically their Iowa's Division of Criminal Investigation, sometimes called the DCI.
Can you just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the DCI is?
So I'm employed as a special agent, a certified police officer. Probably easier to explain that as a plainclothes police detective during my career. And I'm actually inside of the DCI assigned to a smaller unit that's referred to as the Major Crime Unit.
And you indicated that your title is special agent?
Yes.
And what kind of cases do you work on?
So as the title of our unit is the Major Case Unit, we really work any kind of state law violations, but a lot of those tend to be what would be deemed major cases. So a lot of those are felonies. We also are involved in most of the officer-involved shootings in the state of Iowa, as well as public corruption cases.
What are some of your duties being a special agent for the DCI?
So we're what's called a rural assistance agency. So we're basically on 24/7 call out, and local police departments, sheriff's offices, other state agencies or federal agencies can call, and we would send our special agents to assist with criminal investigation in really all kinds of matters. But I work quite a bit of homicide, sex abuse, child abduction, those kinds of things.
Now, Agent, did you become involved in the murder investigation of Amy Mullis?
Yes, I did.
How did you become involved in that?
So I had some information, very little on the day of that, I believe. My immediate supervisor, special agent in charge, Mike Craffle with the DCI, had said that he'd had some conversation with the Delaware County Sheriff's Office about the death of Amy Mullis. At that time, my understanding was local law enforcement had said that it had been reported by the defendant as being a fall or an accidental death. My supervisor had talked to the Delaware County Sheriff's Office and consulted with them a little bit on what they should do that day, and then an autopsy was scheduled as is normal for that Monday, 2 days later.
What day did you become involved in this investigation?
I was called by Delaware County Sheriff's investigator Travis Hemsath right after the autopsy on that Monday, November 12th, 2018.
And you learned information based on the autopsy?
Yes.
What involvement did you have at that point?
So at that point, the Delaware County Sheriff's Office officially requested DCI assistance. I was assigned to be the primary point of contact for the DCI to work with local law enforcement and provide any investigative assistance that was needed.
And just briefly describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you're conducting an investigation such as this, what are some of the duties or jobs that you do in this type of investigation?
So we would work with our local partners and in law enforcement, and we would help them manage the case, identify what leads need to be followed. We would bring in whatever personnel was needed in addition to myself to help follow those leads. And that would involve things like processing the crime scene. And certainly one of the things we do a lot of is interviewing or interrogating.
Shortly after you were involved in this investigation, did you learn information that Amy Mullis was having an affair?
Yes.
And based on that information, what did you do?
So that was learned, I had heard that almost immediately, and so the day after I became involved and started to work with the Delaware County Sheriff's Office that Monday, Tuesday I actually went out and began to conduct interviews immediately. Some of those with friends, those closest to Amy, and then also the person that I was becoming aware she was in a current affair with.
And would that be Jerry Frazier?
Yes.
Did you actually have a conversation with Jerry Frazier?
Yes, on November 14th, so just 2 days after the autopsy, I actually located Jerry Frazier and interviewed him.
And approximately how long did that interview take place?
I believe that was about an hour and a half.
And what was the nature of your conversation with Jerry Frazier?
So I met Jerry. He sat in the next to me in my unmarked police vehicle, and we talked for an hour and a half. And he very quickly disclosed, he was forthcoming about the extent of his relationship with Amy, that he was involved in a romantic and sexual relationship with her since May of 2018, and in fact that they were still romantically and sexually involved up until the point of her murder. And
did Jerry give you any information or any additional information, I'll say?
So after we covered the background of his relationship with Amy and the details of that and how they communicated and some of those things, he provided me his cell phone number, his Gmail account, because he told me they had in fact communicated by way of Gmail as opposed to text messaging at some point in their relationship. And then I asked him to provide an account for his whereabouts on Saturday, November 10th, the day of Amy's murder, and also who else would be able to corroborate or validate his whereabouts on Saturday.
And did you then speak with additional people after talking with Jerry?
Yes, I took those names and followed up and spoke to those individuals as well.
And who were those individuals?
His college-age son and his wife.
And what were you able to confirm on that from that date, from the date of, November 10th, 2018?
So both individuals corroborated exactly what Jerry had told me about his whereabouts on Saturday. In fact, his college-age son had excellent recall. He didn't normally come home on weekends. His dad had asked him back to complete a specific project that Saturday morning. And so they had gotten up and spent all Saturday morning doing work, and then they watched college football. And he actually had really good recall about all the games. And so he went through that day that he spent with his dad, as well as the fact that the mother, Jerry's wife, Christy, had actually called. She was running, helping on a volunteer team all day with a volunteer benefit event for someone in their community. A young man had passed, and Christy had been spending all day at the community center. She actually had called Jerry and their college-age son and asked them to pick a few items up and bring them over to her in the afternoon. And so she and the son both confirmed Jerry's whereabouts and that he was with the son all day.
And at that point, was Jerry Frazier a person of interest?
He was.
He was initially, correct?
Initially. And then after those interviews, and then from my conversations with him and the others, we sought a search warrant. A judge authorized search warrants both for his cell phone records, his cell phone activity, as well as his Gmail records, because we knew that was a primary means for him to communicate with Amy. So we gathered all of that data. That took some time and looked at that, and then he no longer was a person of interest after all of this investigative effort.
And were you able to confirm that Jerry was in the Anamosa area from 1040 till that afternoon?
Yes, part of the analysis of those cell phone records allows us to see which cell phone towers, just like your cell phone or mine, where his call activity was at on Saturday. And we could see that Jerry Frazier's cell phone had cell phone activity around 10:45, 11:45, 12:45, all of that down in Anamosa, a good 45 minutes or so away from the murder scene. So that went right over the time frame of the homicide.
And you indicated that you were able to talk to Jerry's wife, Christy Frazier.
Yes, I spoke to Christy.
Was she ever a suspect?
No.
Why not?
Christy's whereabouts, again, were accounted for. She provided that she was working on with this charity event all day along with other members of the community. The son also understood. His mother had said that's where she was at. Jerry understood that as well. So there was no concern about that.
As part of your investigation, did you conduct an interview of the defendant, Todd Mullis?
Yes.
And was that on November 16th, 2018?
Yes, that was the first time that I spoke to the defendant.
And where did that interview take place?
I invited him to come to the Delaware County Sheriff's Office in Manchester to talk to me.
Was anybody else present for that conversation?
Initially, the sheriff, John LeClaire, made some introductions that would be pretty normal. He had some familiarity with the defendant. I did not. So the sheriff made some introduction and then politely stepped out of the room after several minutes, and then it was just the defendant and I for about the next 2.5 hours or so.
Approximately how long did that conversation last?
The two of us talked for about 2.5 hours before we moved on to some other things.
And was that interview both video and audio recorded?
Yes, the Delaware County Sheriff's Office has an interview room that video and audio records for us.
And Agent, can you just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how did that interview start and what was the first portion of that video?
So as with every interview we conduct with victims, witnesses, and suspects, there's quite a bit of background conversation. So I asked Todd about his upbringing and where he's lived. We talk about his parents, his two brothers, talk about how he met and married Amy, go through some things, their children, and also his work and some of those things.
And did you then, after that portion, did you ask the defendant specifically about Saturday, November 10th, 2018?
Yes, I did. We actually talked about his marriage, and then we actually do. I asked him if we can talk specifically and in great detail about Saturday, November 10th.
And what does the defendant indicate to you at that time?
About Saturday?
Yes.
So he goes through his, I ask him to spare no detail. No detail's too small. I'd love to hear everything. And he walks me through his day Saturday.
And if you can give a summary of what the defendant indicated.
He said that morning that he had gotten up. He and his teenage son, Tristan, he has two other small children, Wyatt and Taylor. But he and Tristan actually go off the farm, I believe over to his brother's place. They're contemplating doing some field work that day, but it's too cold. And he tells his brother that they're not, in fact, going to do field work and that they've decided to go back to their home, their farm, and they're going to work in the hog building, and they're going to hang heaters that day since it's too cold to actually do field work. So they return to their home that morning. I believe he says that's about 8:30. They actually go in the house. They have a little bit of breakfast, a piece of toast and some water, and they're talking. Amy is up and working on a puzzle. And so he tells me about that, and then the plan is for all three of them to go out into the hog building and work together, which they then do through that morning. He says during the course of that time of work, he's quick to point out to me on two instances. He says in particular, he looks over, he's watching her, and she's kind of dizzy. And he says he's concerned, and she's really not doing any good. And he tells her, why don't you just go into the house? And so before he tells her to go in the house, he says, why don't you stop and pick up a pet carrier, which is over in this red shed. And so he said, just stop over there, grab that, set it down over here on the other side of the drive, the parking lot, and then go to the house. And so he says that's his understanding as to what she did. Sometime later, I believe he tells me about maybe 20, 30, 45 minutes later, I think he puts on the high side. He happens to look out and notice that the pet carrier he's asked her to go and get and set over by the other building is not there. So he sends Tristan over to the red building to see what's going on with his mother and why that didn't get accomplished. He says Tristan then sounds the alarm and says something's wrong. And Todd goes over and finds Amy face down in kind of a crouched position with a corn rake in her back. And he says that he tries to, pick her up and move her. He can't because the corn rake is hitting things. So he puts his hands on the corn rake, manipulates the corn rake, pulls it free, throws it to the side, and then is able to take her and put her into his vehicle with Tristan opening the door, and they begin to head towards the hospital and call 911.
And he actually demonstrates for you the way in which he found Amy when he was called over to the red shed.
That's correct.
Now, before you gave us that summary, you indicated that at some point you asked the defendant how his relationship was with Amy.
Yes.
And what did he initially indicate to you?
Told me his marriage was great. It was very good. They had good communication. He talks about it, them being very open. He uses the word open or openness very much. He describes himself as being very loving and kind and comforting with Amy. And he says, like any marriage, when something comes up, he's able to bring that to her, or she's able to bring things to him, but that they have a very healthy marriage.
Did you then ask him if there's ever been any problems or any affairs in their marriage?
Yes.
And what did the defendant indicate to you?
So the defendant does tell me that about 5 years prior, Amy had been involved in an affair. And we talk about that, and he tells me that he has to confront Amy about that affair, and we go through the details of that. And then I said, did you have to confront her about any other such things? And he says, no.
After you ask the defendant that, what did you say?
So, knowing at this point in the investigation already, I've already talked to Amy's friends that are aware of the now current affair with Jerry Frazier. I've actually met with Jerry Frazier at length, and he's provided all of the detail and has told me that Todd had confronted he and Amy and Jerry's wife. Todd is not providing that to me, so I try to prompt that again. I try and take a different angle. So my next immediate topic is, hey, do you know Jerry Frazier? Tell me about your relationship with Jerry. And then,
at that point, does the defendant tell you anything about suspecting a relationship between Amy and Jerry Frazier?
No. At this point, he tells me that the relationship he has with Jerry is business, that Jerry works for JBS and is subcontracted basically to come in and provide these hogs and take care of them. And so I do ask him, well, can you describe Amy's relationship with Jerry? Again, trying to provide another opportunity for him to disclose this current affair. And again, he just tells me that, well, Amy also has some business interaction with him because she works on the farm with me.
What did you do then in the interview?
So at that point, with him still not having disclosed the second affair, despite my best efforts to give him opportunity to do so, I actually take a break and offer to go get him a glass of water. So I step out of the room for about 3 minutes and get myself a glass of water, and I bring the defendant a glass of water and set that down for him.
And when you come back in, is that when the defendant then, what does he say then to you?
So at this point, apparently having thought about this for 3 minutes or so in silence, he decides at that point, he said, actually, there is something I need to tell you. I did have concerns about Amy and Jerry.
And Agent, you've recently watched your 2.5-hour video of the interaction or the interview that you had with the defendant on that date.
Yes, I have.
And were you able to make a clip that indicates the part that you just summarized for us?
Yes.
Your Honor, Your Honor, I'll mark this as State's Exhibit number 113. Agent, prior to testifying, did you provide me with a clip of what you just summarized?
Yes, there were 2 clips provided on a thumb drive to you.
And the first clip on that thumb drive, is that a true and accurate copy of the actual recording or the interview that you conducted with Todd Mullis on November 16th, 2018?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that State's Exhibit number 113 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, the state may be aware of this morning. I don't have any objection, but I guess since it's going to be a snippet or a clip from sections, it may lead to playing the whole thing, but this will be our first opportunity to see it. But at this point, I don't object.
Okay. We'll keep the door open to the defense playing other portions of that recording if necessary, but 113 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish it to the jury?
Yes.
Just a moment, Judge. I just want to make sure.
Does it come through up there, Joe?
I think if you're there.
They put one up here last time.
the UTC time, as it's shown on there.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. I was trying to get closed captioning. I totally screwed that up. Sorry. Bear with me. Sorry.
I don't think it really, I think he kind of grew on it, Describe you and Amy's relationship to me, Todd. How would you describe it after that, let's say the last 5 years? How would you describe your marriage to me? Pretty healthy, actually. Yeah, communication was great. We were together all the time, and we really good. It was great until the end. Well, other than this last, dealing with her female problems, she was going up and down, and she'd be upset, and I would try and comfort her, and try and get her, she had trouble sleeping because of that. But, yeah, between us, it was good. Yeah. Between us, it was good. Last 5 years, was there, would you classify your marriage one where there was lots of arguing, or that's not at all? No, didn't argue, didn't fight? No, okay. What were the words you used to talk to her? Were you a loving husband, would you say? You were kind to your wife? I mean, exactly. Always love you, or, they look great, or, so after that, you said you made some commitment to one another and did the counseling and did that. Any other problems in that area? Was there ever any other problems with it? I mean, there was always she was very open, and she knew that I always told her that, I gotta be able to, trust her, you gotta rebuild that. But it was good, She would say, hey, I'm just running with, she was open. She was real open with me. Yeah. Which you have to be in a marriage, so, and I felt good about that. Yeah. Right. Were you, okay. Were you, suspicious ever after this first deal, or were you willing to... Well, I mean, it was troubling, and it was like, open, I guess it was if I had a question or I didn't feel right, I would just say, and then she'd go, no big deal. It meant to say I was uncomfortable with something, or she was uncomfortable with me. It was just, just talking out. Yeah, we'd sit across from each other and try and, Did you ever have to confront her again? Was there ever any other situations? Okay, well, no. Okay. So come Saturday, other than she was just working through some issues with her bleeding and some of the... She did say, I think I'm bleeding again, and that was... She said, I think I'm bleeding a little bit. then? 2012. So when you built that first one, that's when that relationship with Jerry started? I think it was the right way. Okay. And how does that work? So he's not employed by you? Or is he? Oh, yes. Okay. And so how does Cargill years ago? Cargill out of cigarette? No, it was Cargill at first and then they switched it. Yeah. Okay. And how's that working? Because you're not paying him directly? Do you pay JBS for a service or how's that all as far as how JBS, how's it work? So you own the hog barn. Yep. Now tell me, how's JBS get involved? How does this happen? Just explain it to me. They rent spaces. JBS rent spaces from you? Okay. And what's Jerry's role in this? He's an employee of JBS. They call him a field manager. Yep. And what's he do? He basically comes out if we need him, checks on pigs, says he should run meds, this and that. Okay. And he's been doing that for you since 2012? Yes. Okay. And your relationship with him, how often do you see him? Is that a weekly thing? Monthly thing? It could be a weekly thing. It could be... I mean, it just depends what time of year it is, or what stage of the pigs. Right. So pigs are newer, he's maybe being more attentive, or he's out there more when you guys... Well, when you get pigs in, he might be there more often. Yeah, makes sense. You know? Yeah. You should run more meds, or less, or... Yeah. This and that and the other thing. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And your relationship with Jerry, was that strictly a business relationship? Did you guys become friends or anything like that? I mean, it was good. We had, one time he gave us tickets to Monticello Fair. Oh, yeah. 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 To the, is it the Jones County Fair? They put on that's a big county fair. Mm-hmm. Okay. What about Amy? Did she have a relationship with Jerry, or how did that go with them? Yeah. Tell me about that. I relied on her to do a lot of the interaction. Mm-hmm. And it's just like the normal guy coming around, you know. Like, hey, Jerry gets more meds ordered. Okay. You know, I didn't know she did. Okay. And that was her. She had some of the business interchange with Jerry. Yeah, I mean. Yeah. Okay. 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 Anything else that we didn't talk about that you think would be important for me to know? You mentioned your relationship with your boy at the start. I thought it was pretty cool. You said, he's 13 now. Does he get to spend a lot of time with you, with Dad? With me? Yeah. No. Yeah. He's in school, obviously. Yeah, he's in school, and then after school, is he working with you after school? Once in a while. Yeah. I mean, if I'm close. Yeah. Before school or no, he gets up and goes to school. Yeah. But after school, sometimes when you're close by or when you're around, yeah, weekends, you get to hang out with you. Okay. He's kind of... We're close. Yeah. Yeah, you're close. He look up to you? I think so. Yeah, I think he's my buddy. Yeah. No? Yeah. You bet. For real. Good deal. Okay. Tell you what, are you good? Can I grab you a drink of water real quick? I just want to check on one thing. Are you good? Hanging tight for a second? Sure. Yep. Can I get you a drink of water? You see if I can grab one for you? Are you good? Come on. Okay. I'll be right back. one conversation that I did have with him, with Jerry. I said, I just don't want you to, I said, well, I think I have with Amy, I go, don't text, because, after a while you're watching her, it's like, I just, to feel comfortable, I said, just don't text so much to her. Okay, so you said you had a conversation with Jerry, or was it with Amy? I was confused. Actually, both of them. With both. I just said, hey, if you need something, the thing I had with Jerry is, I said, if you could just ask me, instead of always texting me. Okay. So were you worried about, because Amy was... Well, I mean, it was, I guess, it was just making me feel uncomfortable. Kind of like I said, we were open. Yeah. And I just said, Amy, I said, just, if it's okay, I just said, don't. If you need something, just have him text me, because I just, if you don't want to laugh, and it's like, well, maybe I had a little suspicion, but it was just, whatever, I just wanted to feel comfortable. Yeah. And then, it was simple. It was a real simple deal. With me, Jerry was real comfortable with it. Yeah, when was that? Probably June. June of this year? I'm guessing. Was that face-to-face, or? No. It was just a phone call. I decided to say, you don't mind, did something cause you to have that conversation with him? What made you? I just had a bad, no, I don't remember what it was. I think I seen her phone and there was a lot of text there. Okay. And I just said, well, I go, don't be, I said, it does not make me feel comfortable. Yeah. And when you say that, well, when you're not comfortable, are you thinking back to 5 years prior? Yeah, it just says, I'm not accusing nobody of nothing. Just inside where you... Yeah, I just kind of had a bad feeling, and then I just said, hey, and then I just called him and said, hey, just if you could just come to me. Oh, that's no problem. And then you had a conversation with Amy? Mm-hmm. Same time frame? And how'd that go? Tell me about that. What was that conversation? It was kind of awkward at first, and then it was just... That was face-to-face? It was face-to-face. I don't remember. No, it's probably. But it was a tough conversation, right? Like you said, it was awkward. Actually, and you're having flashbacks to... Yeah. So, tell me about that conversation. What did she say about it? She just said, well, what do you mean? And I said, well, I said, come on here, it's just this uncomfortable feeling, Yeah. And she goes, oh, okay. Well, why do you think I'm doing something? And I go, I'm not accusing you of nothing. I said, just want to be fine, Or I did. I just told her that. She was, okay, well, if that makes me feel more comfortable, then I think she kind of didn't understand at first. She goes, well, I got to talk to him. I said, well, yeah, that's fine. I don't care if you overfeed, but just don't make it about pigs or something like that, because he should show pigs and all that. Just kind of keep it professional, Yeah. So you didn't want her to talk about the pigs with him, or? No, the pigs, but he had to show pigs and whatever, And were they talking about show pigs? Well, it was that time of year they were showing pigs. Yeah, who showed? Did he show pigs? Or did he show pigs? And then they were talking about Taylor showing the pigs and all that. So he and Amy were starting to have a conversation about showing pigs. So things other than the hog barns. Yeah, and I said it was not here. Just said I wasn't comfortable with it. It was getting friendlier than you wanted. Yeah. Not business at that point. Well, I thought. Yeah. Did Jerry deny coming with Amy? He said he denied it. Yeah, he denied it. He just said, hey, there's nothing going on. No relationship, no sex, no. What about Amy? Did she deny it? She denied it. Well, she just said, it's just, no, there's no thanks. Did you believe her? I did. Yeah. I did. We were both open about it. conversations, one with Jerry, one with him, they happened in about June of this year. I think it was, yeah. Pretty close to that. And after the two conversations, do you put this to rest then? Have you had any follow-up conversations with Jerry? I've never had any, no. And we just talked to him the other day. And no further conversation with Amy? Not at all. Okay. And in your mind, was it put to rest? Actually, it was. I felt you were done. There's no... Yeah, I let it go. I mean, they both... It was kind of a... You know, as long as we're straight with each other and honest, and then... And, he calls me, whatever, it was just no comment. It was nothing... That was it. That was it. It was just that one... After June, that was it. Okay, tell me...
Agent, a minute ago I asked you, before we looked at that clip, I asked you about whether or not you asked Todd to summarize what happened on Saturday, November 10th, 2018. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And at any point during that summary, did you ask Todd if anyone else was on the farm that day?
Yes, I did.
And what was Todd's response?
He told me no one was on the farm that day except him, Tristan, Amy, and the two smaller children in the house.
And did you go further and ask Todd if he has any workers or anybody else that generally works at their farm?
Yes, I tried to clarify if there was the possibility of any working men or hired hands or anyone that would also be on the property for some reason.
And what was Todd's response to that?
He said there was no one else on the property that day.
Now, Agent, as part of your involvement in this case, did you learn about the results of the medical examiner's report?
Yes.
Or conclusions?
Yes.
And how did you learn about that?
I'm provided a copy of the autopsy report when it's finalized. As part of the investigative team, I also had the opportunity to have some conversation with the state medical examiner that conducted the autopsy, Dr. Cruz.
And when you spoke to Todd on November 16th, 2018, were you aware of the fact that this was considered a homicide?
Yes, I had been told at that point that the medical examiner believed this was now a homicide.
And at that point, was the medical examiner's report released yet?
No, that was completely inside of the closed circles of the investigative and prosecutive team.
So the public had not heard yet that this was deemed a homicide?
No, it was still being considered an accidental fall to the public.
During your conversation with Todd on November 16th, 2018, did you tell the defendant that Amy's death was a homicide?
Yes, I did.
And what was the defendant's reaction when you told him that?
No time after I tell him that does he deny and say, no, I did not kill my wife. In fact, as I proceed for the next 35 plus minutes to tell him the evidence is very clear, in fact, it is a homicide and you killed Amy, the most I get from him, it's a very flat emotional affect. He says, how? And he says, well, what evidence do you have? And you tell me what the police know, but never, no, I didn't kill my wife.
Did Todd ever react to the fact that you just told him his wife was killed on his property by somebody?
No.
And did he ever, in that 35 minutes, deny killing Amy?
No. And at no other time did he.
Did he ever, at that point, tell you that there was somebody else on the farm?
No, he did not tell me to look for anyone else that killed her.
Did he give you any ideas of any suspects or anybody with any motive to kill Amy?
No.
And did he tell you at any point that he heard anybody else come onto his farm that day?
No, he did not.
And how would you describe Todd's reaction when you, for 35 minutes, confronted him with the fact that his wife was killed?
Well, I've done this dozens and dozens of times over the course of my career, and this is a very unemotional, very flat. He just sits there. Like I said, a few statements about what evidence I actually have, but no denial. And then he just sits and listens very contemplatively. He looks at me, looks off in the distance. Sometimes he looks down as he's considering everything that I say. As I continue to tell him, the evidence at this point is overwhelming. This is, in fact, a homicide. You did kill Amy. He just sits there.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
Okay, folks, it's just about noon. The prosecution intends to show another clip from that video, and that clip's going to be a little bit longer than the first one, and over the lunch hour we're going to work on getting better audio so that you can hear it better. So we're going to take our lunch break at this time. Remember the admonition I gave you before. We will start back up again at 1:15, report back to the jury room.
All right, to the jury.
Okay, I just want to do a quick little recap here before we go into the next segment. So that segment was started with the cross of Deputy Hemsath, and I want to get back to that because he was told where Amy was discovered by Tristan, who told Deputy Luke Thompson. So that's how they found out where the body was. Nobody knows where the body was. Tristan and Todd know where Amy was discovered. Nobody else does. So we're just kind of basing all of this around that. Remember, there was no blood outside. I'm not even sure, did they find blood inside? They took pictures of inside. I don't even think they found blood on the inside where she was discovered. So again, some weirdness, some doubt is happening. Did Amy actually, get killed there? Then he goes into, is it possible for someone to log into Todd's account from another device? Yes, of course. But then he says Google history is machine specific. All searches were made by Todd off that iPad. This is what the deputy is saying. And then I Googled it, and it says, no, Google searches are not device specific. If you're logged into the same Google account on multiple devices, your search history will sync across those devices. So in my estimation, somebody could have logged into Todd's Google account and then made these searches on another device. Reasonable doubt all over the place with that. Just with that. Some of those searches were weird. Okay, so then they cherry-picked, obviously the prosecution cherry-picked some of those searches because then the defense comes back and says, well, there was a search for wedding rings. There was a search, they went to rothjewelers.com. There was a search for design wedding rings, jewelry, bridal searches. And then the deputy says it's possible but not probable. And they're like, well, why would Todd be searching for wedding rings and bridal gowns? Why would Todd search for an inn in Newton, Iowa? Why would, then something about Carrie Underwood, I didn't quite catch that. I guess there was a search for her too. Why was there a search, how to do a DNA test without the father knowing? And then here's where I had to, I think I threw my hands up with this one. All right, Curville, it would show the device as another device making those searches. Okay. So if I'm on my iPhone and I log into my Google device or my Google Gmail account, but then that's sunk to the iPad. Yeah, I would think it would be specific to the device. I'm still not quite sure how that all works out. It would show the device as another device making those searches, but it's sunk across. So even though, all right, I'm not going to spend too much time on it. So this is what burned me was that, what does UTC mean? It means Central Standard Time. That one just really irritated me that this deputy didn't realize that. Then defense says, well, if the internet tells you wrong, what would you do if the internet tells you wrong? He says, I've never had the internet tell me wrong. And they said UTC is not Central Time. No, it is not. It's based off of Greenwich Time in England. And then did you know that November 6th, Amy had a medical procedure? He said he did know that. So, yeah, I got a real problem with this deputy and the UTC thing because that's data. And I know you guys in chat are saying it doesn't matter the day. If it was months away from the event, it doesn't matter. But to me, it does, only because that's data, and that data is wrong. So if that data is wrong, what other data is wrong? Goes back to Canton. If you're going to not do a proper police procedure on one thing, how do we then know and believe you if another procedure is correct? So I'm just having problems with it. That's all. I'll see more. I want more data. I'll watch more. But that right now this isn't sitting well with me that he was off on that. Anyway. So then redirect came in. Content was more important at the time. So that made sense. So she was saying, state was saying, well, it's not when he searched it or what day, it was the content that was being searched. That being said, would Todd search for wedding dresses? Probably not. November 6th, Amy had a simple procedure that had nothing to do with her organs. Fair enough. And then cross to the redirect came up. Did Amy have the password to the iPad? He wasn't sure. So again, reasonable doubt. Amy very well could have had a password to that iPad. But would she be searching for bow and arrows and hunting and all that stuff? No, I think that's more Todd and Tristan, to be quite honest. It does grind my gears. Once for each device. You will have tabulated breakdown. Okay, Curvio, let's see. You will have a tabulated breakdown, iPhone list of searches. Hold on. Well, maybe I can pull it up here. Aaron showed me how to do this. Let me see if I can pull this up. Okay. Curvio. Is that going to come up? It's not coming up.
You have to turn it on over on the side. Featured chat.
Here?
No, here. The layers. Look for your featured chat. Is it on?
Oh.
Yeah, turn it on.
Okay. Thank you, Aaron. As always. All right. You will have a tabulated breakdown, iPhone list of searches, iPad list of searches, but yes, they are synced, meaning you can pull that search from another device, and once you did it, it would have it twice. So it's still being made from whatever that device is. So he made the search on his iPad, it would show up on his iPhone, but it wouldn't necessarily be pinged to his iPhone, it would be pinged to his iPad, if that's how I understand it. All right. Okay. Still don't like the whole UTC thing. And yes, that's going to grind my gears. All right. So then now Special Agent John Turbet. He is assigned to the Major Crime Unit. He basically helps Rural Assistant Agency for sheriffs and local law enforcement. He talked to Jerry Frazier for about an hour and a half. They did talk about the affair, and Amy and Jerry had been having an affair since May 2018. Jerry gave Special Agent Turbet his cell number and his Gmail account. They also spoke to the son and wife, and the wife is Christy. She was volunteering pretty much all day. Son was watching football with Dad. So they basically corroborated all their whereabouts, and I think Jerry's phone pinged. Yeah, Jerry's phone pinged like 3 or 4 times far away in animosity, as therapist was saying, and animosity. Anyway, so then he goes to and he interviews Todd, and Todd basically just tells him all that has gone over. Basically, did what has said what we've already gone over. But Tristan, in one of the things he says, Tristan says something is wrong after he discovers Mom. I think that's kind of interesting. Tristan says something is wrong. I should say so. Something is wrong. Then they played the interview, and the main takeaway from that was that Todd was very flat and unemotional throughout the whole thing, and then especially saying, this was a homicide. Your wife, we're going to arrest you, basically, and he was just very unemotional. So, I thought that was the one big takeaway that I had from that. All right, so let's get back to testimony here. We're going to pick up on Special Agent Turbet.
Please be.
Okay, catch you on the other side.
Be seated, everyone. Okay, Ms. Hughes, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Agent, you just, prior to our lunch break, you summarized a part of your interview with the defendant where you indicated to him for the first time that this was a homicide. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was a clip of that portion of your interview on the on the disc that you gave me prior to your testimony.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to be allowed to publish clip 2 on State's Exhibit number 113.
Go ahead.
I mean, there's a couple pains back here, so, but that's where she was. Okay, we've completed our investigation at this point, and the case case clearly shows that you're responsible for Amy's death at this point. I'm responsible. So, Todd, the state medical examiner that did this autopsy, those are the top of the line doctors. They didn't know better. And they analyze that body, and they work with not just the doctors at the state medical examiner's office, but they have colleagues across the country, experts in autopsy and human bodies, some of the best doctors in the world, Todd. And they go through this, and they analyze this, and they have a consultation, and those doctors as a team generate a final and complete report, and they're able to take, as you know, people were out there with measurements and everything, and they recreate the scene, and they can look at that body, and that body tells them a story, and it tells them a story like never before. This is 2018, so when they're able to look at something, that body tells them a story. Science tells them a story, so they're looking at things like the wounds and the entry points and the depth, right, and a number of things, right? The body begins to tell us one. So just like you're sitting here, and I can see you got a black shirt on or a pair of blue jeans, they start to unfold that body, and it starts to talk to them, and it tells them something to talk about exactly what happened and what didn't happen. And it's very, very clear. And it tells the who, the what, the when, the where. Those questions start to get answered with absolute certainty. The thing that the body doesn't tell is the why. And that's our job. Our job is to work through this and figure out the why something like this happens, Todd. And I think at this point, the why has become more and more clear in this situation. It's not actually here, but really from a week of investigating and a team of investigators. So I am a special agent with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation. I'm a major crimes detective, and not only do is work things like this, and we were called in to assist here, and we've been investigating thoroughly. And at this point, what I can say is, Todd, is this Saturday was something of a culmination of a perfect storm for you and Amy. There were a lot of things going on, not just in this week or in the months before, but in the months and years building up to this. Are you familiar with the term perfect storm? Have you heard of it? Perfect storm, yeah. There's movies, there's books, right? And you know that concept is a boat goes out on the sea, right? And everything looks good, right? You get the fishing boat or whatever it is, and they get out there and everything looks good. Well-intentioned, heading out there and they get going. But at some point they get out away from land, away from any point where they're going to get back anytime real soon. And maybe they start to catch reports, right? I mean, it's 2018, yeah, they do contact, they hear things, or maybe they see something in the distance. But pretty much unbeknownst to that boat, what's been going on, Todd, is we've got currents and wind temperatures and all kinds of things that are taking shape. You get all these forces of nature that are working in a perfect storm. There's very few of them. There's very few. And they actually converge on a single point in time, Todd. And when I talk to you, and when I spend my time talking to all the people in your life and Amy's life, and we're looking at all that electronic data, right, that's available out there, which is there's a ton of it. And that's what we do. Our job is to have analysts through all that, to talk to people, right? And what I see is I see a lot of perfect storm elements that are circling around you, Todd, a lot of pressures that are weighing in on you. We had that first affair about 5 years ago. What did you know about that? I absolutely know about that, Todd. We know about, well, I mean, So I know about that for sure. I know how hard that hits you and the family. I know what that did to your trust with me. I know that shattered trust. And I know that wasn't a one and done, that things just were, left behind after a few counseling sessions. I know the baggage from that lingered, both in her life and in your life, such that your relationship was never the same. And there was a lack of trust, and there was a level of suspicion, rightfully so, Todd, because you're right. As you start to have your children, I know your children are very, very important to you. I know Tristan and Taylor and Wyatt are very important to you, and I know you work really hard at your farm, and and it's something that you want to pass on to your children. I get that it's farming's come down for generations. Yeah, but I didn't even have this farm. And I know a little bit all that's there, and you're trying to get good dad in the midst of Amy not really pulling weight in some ways, right? I mean, that'd be putting it nicely. To say that she's out having sex with another man that time, that's devastating. That's right. And that's a devastating storm on the horizon. But then to have this again in 2018, you say, oh man, not again. Jerry, again. And you had suspicions, and you're right to have suspicions. And you were worried about things going on between the two of them. And there was the confrontation you had with Jerry. He actually went out and confronted Jerry's wife. You called her, and you were talking to her on a couple occasions. Remember the conversations with Amy. Remember all these things going on. And Todd, you were feeling the stress of a lot of things in your life at this point. And that lack of trust was gone away. Here you are trying to put in hard yards, work the farm, do the right thing, cultivate that relationship with your kids. Tristan is coming up. He is a young version of you, right? He is. You must very proud of him. You should be very proud of him. And you want to hold this family together, you told me so bad. But that's not chief on Amy's mind. It is on some days. But Amy is, I don't know what she was thinking every day. Taking care of Amy's needs. And I was doing what she was thinking. I asked her so many times. I mean, but she thought it was all this moment stuff. And she's chasing after Jerry and pursuing that relationship even after. She's not worried about you. In fact, her conversations are, what portion of the farm would she get if she left you? And what would happen with the kids? Did she walk out clean? Did she walk out clean with some of your farm? Or did she take some of that away from you? I knew that was going on, and you thought about those things. You were worried and contemplating what she could do if she tried to rip that away from you. And so all these perfect storm elements, Todd, they're brewing. And this is all still very much fresh. And then we come to Saturday. And it's not just another Saturday. It's not just another nice day out at the hog barn and doing some chores. Things got out of hand. I know they did. I know for a fact now. We can look at that and we can see the evidence. And here's the deal with this time. The evidence will drive this one. It will drive it. The evidence will tell the story of what happened. It'll tell the who, the what, the when, the where. But what that evidence is, it's cold, it's indifferent. So when that evidence is laid out, and it tells what happened, that's cold. But explanation that you and I are doing here, that's warm. When people can understand the perfect storm, the things that are going on, and the stressors you were under, and what Amy was putting you through, and the other things that were going on, that's warm. People can understand my mind that you were sometimes, you knew all that time. This will come to that. You knew about the relationship, and you had your suspicions, and it was gnawing at you, and you were upset. You weren't going to have that farm taken away from you by Amy. That wasn't going to happen. You weren't going to have your children taken away from you by Amy. You weren't going to be jerked around for round number 2. After you weathered the storm 5 years ago, you went to the counseling, you did the right thing, and here we are. We're right back after commitments are made, and you allow her to try and rebuild trust, and here we are in the summer of 2018. Here we are right now, and Amy's doing it to Todd again. And now it's not just she's playing with you and your emotions and all the things that go with being a man. When a woman does it to you, it's all the other things, Todd. And I know that was weighing very heavy on you, and there was a lot of things going on inside of it. And the evidence shows all that. That's done. In some of these cases, there's a great mystery as to why things happen. But here, the what's been determined, right? We know the body, the science is spoken. There's only one explanation for what happened. Now, there's only one explanation for what happened here. There's only one explanation. And there'll be only one explanation given, and that'll be hard and fast. But it will be cold. And people will be looking for the why. And they'll want to say, Todd, help us with the why. And I'm sitting here today, and I know the why. I know why you got to this point. I know why you got to this point, Todd. I know what happened that Saturday. And I know why you got to the point where you were so frustrated. And Todd, sometimes we do things we do bad things, and we try to protect the ones we love. We try to protect our children. Try to protect those closest to us. And we do things that are not good things, and we do things that we wouldn't normally do. I know that, Todd. And I know there was a family. I can tell you, I've been a police officer a long time. I've been doing this 18 years now. And I remember a father, much like yourself, a good father, who lived down in southern Iowa, and take his family up to Minnesota to fish in a cabin. And he had to work Friday. He had a tough job, and he worked, but he told his wife, I'm going to get out early, I'm going to pick you and the kids up, have the vehicle loaded, we're going north, we're going to be on the water by morning. I'm going to get us up to Minnesota. And they start this trip, and he works really early, goes in Friday early. He's exhausted, trying to be a good dad. Gets home late. Wife's kind of frazzled, right? But he's doing the right thing. His wife has the 3 kids loaded up. They got 3 kids. And he jumps out of his work vehicle into their SUV, and they start north. It's already night. He's already later than he wanted to get there. He's got a long drive up north, so an eye up into way up into Minnesota. He starts to drive and gets food for the kids. I remember this well. And they get rolling, and you know what happens. You get kids with a full belly, everybody eats. Nighttime, you're driving, what starts to happen? Everybody starts nodding off, right? Including Dad. He's trying to, man the ship, right? So he's just trying to get everybody up to vacation on time, be a good dad, keep his kids happy. He made promises to them. And it's nighttime. And he looks around, everybody's sleeping, wife's out, right? They're back there. And if you remember, they tell us not to do this, but 2 of the kids were sitting normal. One of them laid across remember how you used to do that, right? You just kind of laid out there. One of the third child laid out. One of the boys laid across the laps of the other 2 in this SUV on the back row. And Dad starts getting tired, Todd. And he starts getting tired. And pretty soon it's rumble strips, and we've been there. And then you wake up a little bit. Adrenaline spikes momentarily. And he's like, I gotta stay on. Can't do this, right? I gotta hold it together for my family. And finally, he's by the Skunk River. I think on 35 is there's a river there. Pretty good size, but not really, I guess. Okay, it looks a good size river. It's called the Skunk River. And he ends up drifting off again, hits that left side, right? He goes over, hits the rumbles, but he actually hits that guardrail, which brings him to, jerks the vehicle back hard to the right, right? He's on the interstate, he's on 35, ramps it back, brings it all the way over, comes over and hits this side a little bit, and then brings it to a stop. Then we get control of him. Gets out, what sounds like not nearly as bad as I thought it was, right? Scuffed things up a little bit, not bad, getting back in. Everything else, I think I'm okay. Starts rolling again, right? Just tries to keep moving. Pretty soon his wife's coming to. She's getting pretty hysterical. She's looking him back, and she's screaming at him. He's like, what, honey, wasn't that bad? And he pulls the vehicle over, and he sees what happened. When he went left, and then he drifted right, he catapulted that sun right out the window. Straight to the window, right over the river, goes down in that river. And they stop, and he calls 911, and everybody's down there. 45 minutes later, they retrieve the body, but it's too late. Little boy's dead. Tons of division and hardship in this marriage, right? Wife is mad at him. What are you doing? He is beside himself. Lost somebody he loves, and all thinking, man, I wish if I could do this over again. If I could just have a do-over on this. There's so many things I'd be different, right? I'm trying to be a good dad. I'm trying to do the right thing. If I could just do things over, right? And Todd, I know when I look at this situation and I look at what the evidence says, and I look at how Amy was killed and what happened. I look at that perfect storm that swirled around this Todd, and I know what's going on in your life, and I can see that so clear. I can see every time. I can see your involvement in this, and it all says one thing. But the one thing it doesn't show the why, but I see the why now. We talked for a long time, and I know the why. Because Todd's getting hurt bad here. And Todd's trying to hold the family together, like you told me. You're trying to do what's right, family. Everything. Your family is everything. Todd, your family is everything, Todd. But sometimes we all these years. Todd, all I've ever said. Todd, all I've ever said is I want my family together. I want my family together. That's all I've said. My family, my kids, you mean everything. Todd, they do. I love my kids so much. And I do. And Todd, sometimes people, we do things for those we love. We do bad things. But we do things because we try to protect the ones we love. And I know that here. I know you're trying to protect your family. And hold them together. Even if Amy is doing things to rip that family apart, I know that you're trying to hold this together. And you were trying to do the right thing. And I remember when I came home one night. I came home from work. My neighbor is pissed off. He comes across the street. He's mad as hell. He comes across the street and says, "Come look at this. Come look at my truck." Takes me over, shows me his truck. Big key mark right down the side, or rock mark, whatever. Right, something's. And I said, "That's too bad, man." He's like, "I mean, it's too bad because you're worried the one that did it." There's not a chance, man. Boy would do that. Ray's better than that, right? I said, "No way, man." And I said, "Here, I'm going to get him right now." I gave him a boy. And this is one's truck. Get in the house. Then I didn't want to. Get in the house. I'm sorry, I didn't see you, right? I'm sorry, man. I have no idea. I leave my kid in his room for hours, right? Finally, my wife's like, "Hey, you think you should talk to him? Do you want to know what's going on?" It doesn't matter to me, right? Some neighbor's truck. Turns out my wife gets the bottom of it. What I find out, after I'm so red, I'm not even thinking straight, right? What I find out is my son had been over on the neighbor's house. The neighbor said something bad about me, right? Made a derogatory comment about me. So my son, and that guy goes inside, and he takes a rock, runs it right down, I guess, to defend my honor, right? To defend my honor, right? And so now sometimes we do things because we're trying to protect the ones we love. We're trying to protect Tristan. We're trying to protect Taylor in this. We're trying to protect Wyatt. We're still, even in this, trying to hold that family together. And Todd, here's what happens when we can't bottom that.
I see Chad is still. So we're just having some problems with our internet right now. So hang tight.